Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to Vintage Story, attempt number 12, episode 1. I don't want to waste any time, I want to hop right into it. Oh shit, hang on. I have to at least change the settings, make it permadeath and everything. I did some research between attempt 11 and attempt 12, and that research was I wanted to determine the viability of playing as the Blackguard class. Against bears, it's fine. I can still outspeed a bear. I can still kill it by throwing spears at it. In fact, I can melee the black bear just fine if the terrain is flat enough. But the problem arises when you have to kill a wolf as a blackguard. The hunter has an easy time outrunning a wolf because of the movement speed boost that he has, right? For the blackguard, the wolf is always on your ass and you barely have any time to throw a spear before he's like in your face, right? So I pretty much determined the Blackguard is not as viable as the Hunter is, just on the basis of the movement speed boost alone, right? Like by this logic, the Clockmaker would be better than the Blackguard. We're not gonna bother changing the land cover shit. I just don't want to. I'm not seeing oceans anyway, but we are gonna turn off class exclusive recipes. And we have 1 life, and then we have to go down here and we have to add prospecting pick node search radius to 8. All right, so all of that should do. We're also gonna change the seed. We're gonna name the seed Vintage Story Permadeath 12. VSPD 12. Apply, and then VSPD 12 for the world name. Vintage Story Permadeath 12. Okay, I'm gonna get chat open. Oh, okay. Is it a scary game? Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it is. You see a grizzly bear, or you have one of those portal storms. It gets pretty scary, yeah. Cross your fingers, guys. I want a forgiving spawn. Hopefully we just find clay on day 1. Hopefully we're not tripping over ourselves seeking it out for ages. I'll spawn as a hunter, of course. Best class in the game. Okay, we got a nearby trader. I don't suppose there's a tool urn over here. Not that I can see. Is there any water near the trader? This area is surrounded in cliffs. I don't like it. No, we're gonna generate a new world. Yeah, fuck that. And I do want to experiment with something though. I want to try using the same seed and see if I spawn in the same place. That's something I've wanted to check for a while. Maybe what we'll do is if we get another spawn that we don't like, then we'll just fucking run around and seek a better one, right? Survival challenges, prospecting pick, 8 blocks. So 8 block prospecting pick, class exclusive recipes is off, and we have 1 life. VSPD 12. Yeah, let's see if we spawn in the same place. And if so, we're just gonna run. We're gonna hit the road and we're gonna try to find a new place to live. We did not spawn in the same place. It looks like we're in the same world. Like, the seed generated the same world, but we're in a completely different part of it. Which could be a good thing. I don't like how foresty the terrain is. We'll be very vulnerable here at the start. I have to move quick. We could get chased by a wolf. All this vegetation around here, man. It's dangerous. Okay, what do you have? You have a basket, you have a bed. We got some foxes nearby. We got water for a garden right there. Won't need a watering can. There is no storage chest here, though. He has no storage chests. Let's grab some sticks. I got a good feeling about this one, guys. Hopefully we don't run into a wolf, and my good feeling becomes like a pain in my spleen. I don't think I'm gonna bother gathering berry bushes. It just seems like it melts your inventory too fast, right? Yeah, we're not gonna bother collecting berry bushes until later in the game. All right, we have 12 sticks. That's enough to get started. Grab some food. More food. It's gonna be hard to locate something like clay in all this murky din of grass, but we'll try. We need to find flint. Got some flax right there. This area is much more open right over here. I like it. Okay, we found our first flint. All right, that'll do. All right, cattails. I hear raccoons. Like, so far we've seen raccoons and foxes, nothing crazy. I'm gonna want to make a bunch of spears right away, though, just in case we get accosted by a wolf. I can kill it, as long as I'm armed to do it. Hell, on flat ground, I can kill a wolf with melee. But it is one-hit kill, so I'd probably rather just try to throw spears at it and do it with that extra degree of safety, right? Grab the berries. All right, we need just a little bit more cattails to have our inventory fully open. Fuck is that? Red currant berries. Okay. We got a lot of flint in a cluster. There's a shitload of sand here, which there's olivine bits. Lots of olivine bits toward this mountain. Oh wow, this is just like a massive olivine node. Okay. Make a couple of shovels. Maybe just one right now. There we go. Fucking chicken. All right. All right, I need 16 more cattails to make a reed chest that we can use for a cellar. But let's run around. We gotta try to locate clay. And I also have to dig up some dirt. Quartz. Are there any hills near base? I'd like to flatten terrain near home for our dirt, if possible. Yeah, and let's grab this flax. Flax is the one thing where it's like, hell yes, let's sacrifice some of our storage for flax, because flax is critically important. Yeah. The fuck is that? White currant? I've never found a white currant before. Wow. Okay. Start collecting. At the very least, if there were any threats like wolves or bears in this area, you know, like in our immediate vicinity, we would have found them already. Now, they may still be further out in a direction we haven't gone in. And they may jump us and kill us, unfortunately. That's just the nature of the game here in the beginning, but there's none around our spawn. We know that. And that at least is a small blessing. Okay. Nice, flax seeds. Yeah, flax is extremely important. We're going to be able to make the tailored gambeson armor that the tailor can make. I turned off class exclusive recipes. So we get to be a hunter and we get to make what some say is like the best armor in the game. It gives you the, well, it's not as good as metal armor, but it gives you really good protection and doesn't slow you down, right? That's the catch, is that better armors slow you down. So if you go toe-to-toe with a bear or a wolf, you get hit more just by virtue of the fact that it slows you down. But tailored gambeson armor is tier 2 armor that doesn't slow you down, so it's the perfect armor for overworld exploration. And then if you're gonna go underground, that's when you equip like your plate mails and your chain mails, shit like that. All right, flax goods in here. I'll plant that seed. That'll do. Let's eat. I want to eat the cranberries last, because they take the longest to spoil. I'm gonna need more dirt than that. Exactly, Stereo, exactly. That tier 2 armor rating is the most important part, because that means it's going to be mitigating the damage that bears and wolves deal to you. For everybody in chat who isn't familiar with it and doesn't understand, armor comes in tiers, and damage comes in tiers as well. If you're wearing tier 0 armor and you block a hit from a bear who has tier 2 attacks, then he's going to ignore most of your armor damage mitigation, because the tier of his attack is greater than the tier of your armor. So if you're wearing tier 0 armor with 50% protection, then his attack isn't going to be reduced by 50%. It might only be reduced by like 10%, right? So the goal is to get armor that has the highest tier possible and the highest defensive rating possible, with added caveats like, you know, the best mobility you can find for the protection that you're getting. Shit like that. I feel like Gambus and armor shouldn't be exclusive to the tailor, but it's still early access. There's plenty of time for that to change. Okay, we already have all the dirt that we're gonna need. We're just gonna dig until my shovel breaks, pretty much. Okay, good. Now let's make the packed dirt. All right. Now I'm gonna make a little cellar right over here by the trader. Right by his ladder. I can't make a reed chest yet, though. Yeah, not yet. I'll need to get more cattails, which we'll do now, but I also have to seek out clay. So let's just seek the flattest ground possible. Absolute flattest ground possible. Let's plant this tree seed. Okay. This gives me better sight lines against predators, right? I'd prefer not to make my spear right now, if I have that option. We got a lot of field mushrooms here. That's good food. Let's get these cattails over here. It seems like we might have finally found like a safe starting home. You know, no brown bears on day one. That's what you hope for, honestly. Black bears suck. They can still one-hit kill you, but honestly, on this difficulty, wolves can one-hit kill you. Unless you're playing as the Blackguard, at least in the beginning. You know, there's ways you can... the Blackguard will survive one hit from a wolf. He won't survive one hit from a bear until he's accrued some nutrition from various foods. But black bears and wolves, as the hunter at least, you can outspeed both of them. As the Blackguard, you can only comfortably outspeed the bear, but the wolf might catch up to you and run you down. As playing as a hunter, we should be okay against black bears and wolves, is what I'm trying to say. In a very long-winded and ineffective way. Okay, let's go get these. We got some flax. I need it. All of that. Pretty much going home right as soon as I can craft a reed box. And then I'll make the cellar. All right. Got it. I'm always hoping I'll stumble across clay. A damn fine moment in the early game when you find your first bit of clay. There might be a buried urn there, but I don't want to go digging for it right now. Alright, let's run back to the trader and try to keep our eyes peeled for any potential clay on the way. I might even harvest some grass. Flax. Just getting these seeds is important. It doesn't matter that it's fully grown. I need flax. I mean, it's food and fibers. You need it to make the cloth required for the gambus and armor. In fact, flax is your main bottleneck for whether or not you can even craft the gambesons, so. Okay, we deposited everything that we don't need. Now let's dig down right here. Put down a reed chest. Fill it with berries. And then cover it up with low fertility soil. Yeah. We now have a cellar. I'll probably find more berries while I'm out. Let's make another shovel and an axe. Okay. We're just scanning the terrain, seeking out clay. That's all we're doing right now. Oh, we got a wolf right there. Killing him would be wise, because then he can't surprise me later. Done. Okay. We have our spears. Come on, buddy. You gotta clutch this. There's two wolves in a tight little pocket. Fuck. Well, we damaged 2 of them. It's getting dark. Fuck. Got it. That's 1. There's piglets around here. That must mean mama pigs too. I gotta head back. It's getting too dark. I don't know where that other wolf is. Hopefully I don't run straight into him. Alright. Maybe we'll try to do a seek and destroy tomorrow. At least I eliminated one of the threats, right? At least one of them. Oh, there he is. Got it. 2 wolves eliminated from our home. At least for now, but they will respawn later. Let's head back. We're getting hungry. We gotta save the cranberries. Eat something else. Yeah, the cranberries will keep longer than the rest. And now we need to build a house real quick. I cleared an area over here. Should be a lot of loose, flat dirt. Where is it? Right here. Don't have a roof yet. Okay, I need what little light we have left to start a fire. He fortunately has a lantern, which is pretty nice. That means I'll be able to see his house in the dark, but we're vulnerable right now, so... Alright, grab the dry grass. Should be all we need. Christ, it's getting really dark. Okay, the wall is back up. Oh god, I never got any wood for an actual fire. Rift activity is low in this area right now, but low rift activity is a blessing. And his lantern is another blessing. Let's count ourselves fortunate. At least for now, until something might still go really wrong. Okay. There, we have the wood that we need. I can barely see. Okay, we made it in somehow. Let's close that and then light this fire. Oh, buddy. Cut it pretty close, but killing those wolves is really good news. Having them dead gives us far less to worry about. Let's seal up this roof. Make sure the enemies have no way in. And then light these torches. Hello, Nectar. Yeah, honestly, we crossed milestones, leaps and bounds. In fact, just the other day, I killed 3 black bears. I built the bear armor set, the entire thing. I got copper tools, and I was well on my way to digging up what we need for tin bronze. We got far. I made a saw. I built my first anvil. I reshaped my first tools. It was amazing, buddy. We did so good. And, you know, now we're just trying to get there again. I've learned a lot about the main threats of the game. I've learned how to kill bears and wolves. I wouldn't play as anything other than the hunter, though, because I've learned that the wolves, they run at the same speed as a blackguard does, so you pretty much need that 10% boosted movement speed if you want to safely dispatch them with thrown spears, right? I know you can melee wolves, but that's a gambit. All right, now, lump of fat. I'd like to make... We're gonna need clay bowls in order to make the lamps, but I do want them. All right, let's make a cellar right here. I need to make a gate. Actually, the gate's pretty cheap to craft. I just need these, right? Yeah. Okay, we have our gate. A roof over the door. Okay. We have to clear out some of the bushes and shit around here for sure. Soon. All right. I'm gonna see how many bushmeat I can cook with the fuel we have, the limited fuel that we have. At least now we have light. Permadeath is really, it's really touch and go a lot of the time. I almost, in that really good playthrough where we crossed a lot of milestones, I almost died because I accidentally started a forest fire with my pit kilns. Almost annihilated myself, you know, but we made it. Yeah, permadeath is fun. I just haven't lived long enough to get like good armor. If I can live long enough to get at least leather armor or tailored gambeson, probably leather is more reasonable, then I might be able to survive long term. All right. Well, we cooked 2 of them. I'd like to get a little bit more wood. That's what I came out here for, was wood. Get as many sticks as possible before we harvest this. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, the lump of fat spoils, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Okay. But still, we have to use this as storage for shit. At least for now. Oh man, it is a very fun game. It really is. It just sucks when a wolf runs up on you without making a noise and one-shots you in the early game. I'm not gonna explore too much right now, but we need to find clay still. I'm hoping we can find some. All right, let's head back. I have more wood to keep on cooking that bush meat. You know what? We can spend some time just removing some of the bushes here. That's the best use of my time right now. I want to improve visibility around the trader. And if we come out of it with a few more sticks for our trouble, then that's great. Anyway, I think we can take out the rest of that firewood. What's left we'll finish cooking. Let's make a firewood pile right there. See, killing wolves is not necessarily hard. The difficulty of wolves is in seeing them before they see you. Unfortunately, at present, the wolves are not coded to make a noise when you get close to them. So there are some times where you have zero warning, and where a wolf just runs out of the bushes towards you, bites you, and that's it, right? Like that will happen sometimes, and it does suck every time. But the game is also in early, super early access, so we don't know if that's always going to be the case. It's nice that we have low rift activity, because that means we don't need to worry as much about monsters right now. which means I can actually get stuff done. Clear the countryside of its bushes around our base, you know? I'd like to have better sight lines around our base. It was a very bushy area, so we'll work on this over time. And that way, at least, if tomorrow passes by and we still haven't found any clay, then at least we don't have nothing to do, right? We can spend our night removing these bushes, improving sight lines. And we're getting a lot of sticks at the same time, so it's like we're killing two birds with one stone with this, you know? Improving sight lines and acquiring resources. It's something, the best part is that it's something we can do just in case we don't find clay and we can't spend the night forming it. I can't destroy that bush because it technically counts as part of the trader's territory. Fortunately, these other bushes are not included in that. The real difficult part, this is the most difficult part about playing this game, Permadeath, is feeling invested and doing the hard work while also being afraid of the fact that you might get one shot by a wild animal and lose all the work you've done. That's the hardest part, is knowing that everything you do might be undone, and then all of a sudden, because this game is hard work. Compared to a game like Minecraft, right? There's so much more goes into crafting in this. So much more goes into terrain manipulation in this. It's a lot of work to get things done. Clay forming, smithing, everything requires like 30 times the work in this compared to Minecraft, so it feels that much worse when you go through your early game and you get everything done and you're getting invested and then you die, right? So obviously the best solution for that is to make sure you don't die, but that's easier said than done with the presence of grizzly bears in the game. And I personally feel like grizzly bears, they should have the same speed as black bears. Not because it's realistic, but because it makes sense from a gameplay balance perspective, at least regarding permadeath. I would rather see grizzly bears have their speed nerfed than see black bears have their speed increased. Because the simple truth is, whether it's a black bear or a grizzly bear running at you in real life, it's gonna catch you. So if you're gonna have slow bears in the game at all, they should all be slow, right? It makes no sense that I can outrun a black bear, but I can't outrun a grizzly. I shouldn't be able to outrun the black bear, so since I already can, then why not just make it universal across the board, right? Let's eat. Okay, the bushmeat is gone. Eat that black currant. The sun is finally rising around our humble homestead here. We have a shitload of sticks already. All right, So today's goal is we try to find some clay. We have a bunch of cranberries here. They're going to be fresh for a long time. They keep much better than other types of berries. But we do have to forage and make sure we find more food. We don't have good visibility yet, so at present I could pass clay and not even see it. Let's get some of these cattails. Beef up our supply. We at least know that we killed those 2 wolves. This is the area where those 2 wolves were. Hopefully they were the only 2 and we don't have to worry about them for a while. Like, hopefully there's not a 3rd wolf lying in wait. Makes me feel like the fucking Long Dark again. Going over a hill wondering if it's your last hill. Or walking around a tree wondering if it's your last tree. Apparently, if you use a reed basket and a knife in your crafting menu, you can actually get a refund for some of the cattails used to craft it. Saw that in a video yesterday. Anyway, we should have sufficient daylight now to start trying to seek out clay. We got some flax over here. Lots of flax. I'll take that resin. I will want medium soil later, but we don't need it right now. Besides, it doesn't exactly seem uncommon around here. We're in a forest biome, kind of. Like a blended forest. We need to watch out for predators. God, I hope we find some clay before the end of the day. The trader that we have, he did not spawn with that much storage, so we can only make his storage work for us for so long before it stops working. Can I, like, find a buried cracked vessel here? Is there always a cracked vessel at ruins, or do you sometimes find ones that don't have one? Apparently I can actually collect this. Wow, you actually can. If you break it, you can collect the cobblestone with your bare hands. Fascinating. Okay. Forage vessel. Bunch of dry grass. I'm gonna want to start gravitating back toward home before I lose my way. Return to the countryside that we call home. I see, Nectar, I see. Really didn't find much for berries, or food in general. Deposit the flax grain. I'll take those cranberries. I think we're gonna need them sooner than later. Yeah, storage is getting fucking full. I might even have to bite the bullet and just craft another reed basket. Leave that behind. I'll just get rid of that fire starter. We no longer need it. Okay. Inventory is more or less cleaned up to the extent it has to be. I hope we can find some nice verdant lands. Let's go here, this way, in this direction. Seeking berries primarily, but clay as a close second. And definitely retrieving all these mushrooms. Because I've noticed, you know, there's not a tremendous amount of available berry bushes around us. Fucking derp. Pressure coming on. I can feel it. Can you imagine if I was playing as a blackguard right now? Fucking boosted hunger. I'm glad I found out he's not viable. At least not in permadeath. The reduced run speed, like you need the boosted walk speed in order to safely dispatch wolves with thrown spears. Otherwise they stay on your ass too closely and you can't shake them. There we go. Black currants. This will be like our emergency food stockpile for whenever we don't have enough berries or meat to sustain. I do like this verdant forest. Red wine cap, is that poisonous? No, no it's not. This is perfectly edible. I'm gonna have to make a new knife shortly. But this is gonna make sure I don't have any food problems for a while. That's why I'm going hard on the mushrooms. Mushrooms are great food for the winter. They keep well, but I need to think more short term right now. All right, let's snap a new knife. Got some carrot seeds. I see more red wine mushrooms over here. I think base is that way. I don't feel like I'm lost yet. Every time I think I might be starting to get lost, I usually end up finding my way home just fine. I have developed somewhat of an internal compass, given the lack of a map that we've gotten used to playing with. Mature spelt. Well, you know what? That's food. I'll take it. I'll eat it right now. Got more berries. Is that flax? Yeah, it is. We need it. We're doing a good job securing some food. We're quite far away from home. Hopefully we find some clay, and we don't have to go home without it. That is the goal right now. The chief most goal, besides food, is clay, so... I think we're doubling back around to where home base is. I think we passed through here. Let's check over this way. I got an onion and some seeds. No clay. There's the trader. We're really not far from home. I highly doubt we're gonna find clay over here. This doesn't look like the type of biome where you would find it, the gravel area. Let's go home and deposit our food, make sure it keeps well. And I do think I'm gonna have to just bite the bullet and make that reed chest. At this point. We simply have too much stuff. I'll just eat these. Okay. The fat we won't be using for a hot minute. We'll leave that in here. It's not like it spoils or anything. Okay. There we go. Inventory's looking better. We couldn't fit the spelt seeds in there. We'll have to keep them in here for now. Okay, let's set out again. We got a rift portal right there. Berries. If I had a cooking pot, I'd be happy to make some porridge out of all the grains that we're getting, but I'm just gonna eat them now. I didn't bring any food with me pretty much, so we're living on what we forage while we continue searching for clay. Alright, buddy. Well, I'll see you in a bit. And we'll stop acting like adults together. Fuck that adult shit. I hate adulting, bro. It's good to see you, though, Chezzy. Alright, we might want to start doubling back toward home now. I don't want to wander too far and get lost. I gotta make sure that I can always find my way home, but no clay so far. Despite venturing far. I'm pretty sure home is just really far that way. fucking brown bear. How the hell am I still alive? I don't know, but he might still catch us. That's the shitty part. I got away from the bear. I just hope I can find my way home. I'm pretty sure it's still this way. I can't believe we're still alive. That was literally one-hit kill territory right there. It's a miracle that we're still drawing breath at this point. Got it. I'm okay with the berries I left behind. This is worth it. Oh, inventory's full. We're hungry. I can eat. Let's try to find our way home. We've been gone for a long time. I just hope I didn't get turned around. I don't think I did, but what the hell do I know right now, right? There we go. Wow, look at that. See, the internal compass strikes again. Anyway, we have some meat that we can cook tonight. We'll cook it tonight. Hang on, we're gonna deposit whatever surplus shit we have in there before we close it. Okay. All right. Oh, man, we need clay. Let's go behind the house this time and take a look around here. I feel like I've kind of neglected this direction. I just hope we don't encounter another fucking bear. That was horrifying. I don't know how the hell we're even still alive. It was because I tried to jump in the water and he must have missed us with his swing or something. Like some shit like that, you know? We're fucking lucky. For now. The Lord was with us, but there might be another bear. Jack-o'-lantern mushrooms. Honestly, I care more about just seeking out clay right now than mushrooms. We'll leave the mushrooms. They're good emergency food. Yeah, this red tree. Come on, buddy. I just need a little bit of clay to get started here. Just a little bit. You do me a solid, you give me some clay, I will handle the rest, I promise, Lord. Please. No fucking way! Oh, the Lord has answered. Oh, we found clay, guys, and it's actually relatively close to our home. We need to build a pillar and we have to mark this. What are the odds, eh? Like, what the hell are the odds that as I say that, we're just gonna stumble upon it? Alright. We're not even far from home. Looks like a mission accomplished. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Praise the Lord. Who else is hyped? Who else is fucking stoked about what just happened? We survived the bear, and I get to find this clay. I can't believe we fucking survived that bear, to be honest. Like, that was insane. The thing with bears is that they are... The brown bears are faster than you when you're playing as any class other than the hunter, but they might even be faster than you when you're the hunter. Either that, or you are exactly neck and neck with the bear, the brown bear, when you're a hunter or the like the clockmaker. I don't really know which is true, but I know they're fast as fuck, and I know we're lucky to be alive. It's time to cut down some trees. We have plenty of sticks. I'm not really worried about sticks right now. The fuck is that? Is that a dead rabbit? Or a sleeping baby rabbit? What is that? There's not a predator around here, is there? Oh, fuck. God, yo, this takes forever. Come on. Alright. A lot of wood, though. Yeah, that's a dead hare. Killed by what? All right, well, we found clay. 3 stacks is more than enough to get started here. Let's cut down one more tree right here, the pine. Okay. Yeah, that clay is very close to home. We just had to go in the right direction to find it. Okay. Let's make a bunch of firewood. We're gonna need a new axe, but we'll make it out of, we'll make a bone handle axe. Okay. Let's cook that red meat. We've earned it. I want to be extra careful with my pit kilns to make sure like a forest fire can't start. And that's going to involve just gathering some gravel or sand and surrounding our pit kiln with gravel and sand, making sure that forest fires can't spread. All right. All right, there we go. We have a flint axe with a bone handle, nice and durable. Now we can stack the wood. Beautiful. Lots of firewood. Let's make even more. Okay. Hope is kindled. Time to start shaping clay. Our food is cooking. We'll start by making a trusty cooking pot. There we go. All right, let's take that wood off the fire and stack it with the rest of the firewood here. We got a lot of spare firewood. We're doing good. All of our meat is cooked. Let's eat it. Oh, that's nice. Happy days. I'll make 3 bowls in 1 cooking pot. We're gonna want extra bowls so I can make oil lamps, because those can light my base without me needing to pick up and drop the torch over and over again, right? All right, there we go. Now, we have to make storage vessels. And it's not a moment too soon. Right, I always forget, you can just use the fucking triple setting for the first layer when you're making a storage vessel. Alright, now we have to duplicate layer a lot. There we go, that's one storage vessel done. Let's seal that up, make sure I'm not accosted by anything dangerous. Alright, that's 2 clay storage vessels crafted. We're gonna want like 4 in total. One gripe I have with the clay forming is I do wish that it refreshed faster. Like, you end up passing over a lot of the pixels that you try to place, and then you have to backtrack and place them again. Like, no matter how slow you go, that always seems to happen. I would like it if it allowed the placing of clay just a little bit faster, so that if you were really deliberate about going slow, you wouldn't have to backtrack and get blocks that you missed, right? I hear a monster out there, but we'll just stay in here where it's somewhat safe. Rift activity is low. When's my first rift? 5 days until the first temporal storm? Jesus. I tried to look into the possibility of making like a rusty gear farm, killing things during the temporal storm, but you need like late game stuff, and you gotta cheese some mechanics to do it. Or at least mid game stuff, like you need access to planks. All right. Let's make another. A 4th and final clay vase. I'm so happy we have clay this close to home. I find that's usually the case, it's just a matter of locating it, you know? like right where you spawn, I almost have a sneaking suspicion that the game makes sure you have a surface clay deposit around your spawn within a certain radius. And a trader. I spawn next to a trader very often. There might be like guaranteed clay and trader presence at most spawns. I can't tell you, I don't know for sure, but... Three deposits right next to you? Yeah, buddy. That's how it always goes. I've also heard stories of people, like, they can't find copper, like surface copper, and then on their second year, they'll end up finding a surface copper deposit, like, right by their house. I'm not gonna make the molds yet, but I might make some crocs. Crocs can hold... I'll make one croc, maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 5 pits. So I'll do 2 crocs and 2 crucibles, I think. Yeah, I found out that the croc actually, even if you don't seal it, it has a 15% reduced spoil rate for your food. 15%'s not nothing, and it actually stacks if you put it in a cellar. So if you have a bunch of meals and you don't want them to go bad as fast, then you can store them in a crock in the cellar, right? Alright, that's 2 crocs. Do I need 2 crucibles? I don't even think I need 2 crucibles, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll just make a 3rd croc, and then... What about the water jug? Hang on, let me look up the water jug. They can be used to store liquid. They can interact with bowls that contain liquids. You can empty a jug. I don't see anything about like putting out fires. I think you need a watering can to put out fires, but... Hang on. Cooking pot. So soup requires a vegetable and water, but then you can add any meat or any vegetable. So I could make like mushroom soup, for example. If I do make a water jug, then mushroom soup becomes an option. So I think I'll make one. We have 2 crocs. I'll make a crucible and a water jug. There we go. We have a water jug. Now I just have to make a crucible. We were able to make quite a lot of shit with only 3 stacks of clay, weren't we? I made 4 vases, I made 3 bowls and 1 cooking pot, I made 2 crocks, 1 jug, and 1 crucible. And we still have some clay left over. We went hard on it, eh? There we go. Everything we need. So first thing in the morning, we're gonna set it all up. Let's eat. We worked very hard. Let's enjoy this meat that we hunted. It is 3:19 in the morning. Oh, I see how that works. Okay. So when you pick items up off the ground, it defaults, it goes into your first inventory slots. So if I go all the way back here to the end of my tool belt and it's empty, then I can right click on all of these and it'll pick up all of them in the first slot in my inventory. All right, fair enough. Yeah, so... So, 1, 2... I need 6. I have to fire 6 things in the crucible. We have a lot of dry grass and a lot of sticks. And a lot of firewood. We should be able to get it all firing pretty fast. And for the rest of the night, I'll use what clay remains to make a pickaxe mold and a hammer mold, maybe. Raw red clay hammer mold. And then a prospector's pick mold if we have enough clay for it. I learned how to use the prospector's pick last night. I kind of researched it a little. Okay, there's the hammer. Pickaxe mold right here. Okay, pickaxe, hammer, and now the prospector's pick. We're all out of clay, that's it. I'll go get a little bit more, given that we know where it is. More or less. Here it is. All right. So I need 9 firing pits if I want to do it all at once. But first, we need to just go get some gravel or sand. Shouldn't be a hard sell. Over here. That's all sand. We can get what we need. We're gonna need a new shovel. We're gonna need a whole bunch of sand because there's something I want to make. It's called mud brick. Light mud brick. We're gonna build our house out of that. It looks nice, eh? We just need dry grass, low fertility soil, any type of sand, and any type of clay. And then we produce like 4 at a time. I can't believe that it all came down to that bear not hitting us in the end. You know, it really only takes that one shitty spawn. I wish that there was like a safe period where you didn't encounter bears for a while, but then you'd be caught off guard by a bear later, right? Learning where the bears are is part of it. You have to figure out where they are and try to avoid those spots. Black bears, not so much. Doesn't matter. Black bears or whatever. But it's the brown bears. They're way too fast. I feel like all of my problems with the game would be fixed if they just reduced the speed of the brown bear to match the black bear. Because a black bear can outrun you in real life. So if it can't outrun you in the game, then what harm is it in making it consistent, making it so that just all bears can't outrun you in the game? What's the harm if there's already a precedent that the black bear is setting, right? I'm a big fan of permadeath viable games. And to be fair, yeah, it's permadeath viable right now, but god damn. Just one bear, running into one bear by accident. And the terrain is so mountainous that it's often not a skill issue when you run into it. It's just something that happens, right? All right, we have 2 stacks of sand exactly. We're gonna call that good enough for now. All right, so we're just gonna do, I think 10 pit kiln slots, a 2x5. Do pit kilns have to be separated? Probably, eh? All right, well, we are gonna checkerboard it, I guess. Actually, that's perfect. We don't need to do 10. We'll just do the 1 right here. Or, right. Hang on. We're gonna have the pillar right here. Or I could just do a central pillar right there and then spread the roof out over all of it. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so now we're gonna need... Hang on. Does sand work for pit kilns? Okay, well, we're gonna find out. I'm pretty sure that using sand will be fine. Yeah, it's gotta be forest fireproof. I think that'll do. I hope so. I'd hate to be wrong for something like this. But, it's all about the learning right now, so... Okay, every single one is now immune to the rain. We have 10 slots available. All right. Cooking pot and bowls. Now we have to go grab the molds that we made. Hello, Flip. I'm not really... No, I'm not really feeling like trying Vayne anytime soon. Alright, I have one more pit kiln slot. I'm thinking that's where we're gonna put a couple of ingot molds. Let's go get some food. We did a great job building it. We're gonna go get a little bit more clay after. I might have enough clay to finish. Making the anvil molds. Yeah, oh yeah, ingot molds. And we'll make an anvil later. All right, there we go. All right, let's get it all going. That was a very ambitious pit kiln work order, but we have the supplies that we should need. We don't have the supplies we need. We just need a little bit more dry grass. Alright, now for the sticks. And the firewood. You need a 2-block buffer of non-combustible blocks. So you know what? We're gonna dig this out, and I'm gonna put another ring of sand around the perimeter, just to be safe. Definitely the kind of thing we don't want to fuck up, right? I'll need a new shovel now. We have such a beautiful home. I don't want to cause a massive forest fire that, you know, chars the landscape. Screw that. But at least this way we know it's going to be safe. And this is our forever pit kiln. We'll always have this here. Besides, we could use the dirt anyway. It's a good thing we grabbed as much sand as we did. Alright, let's keep building. We're ready. Now we just have to light the kiln. Get it all burning. I hope we don't, like, overload the game. I have 10 of these, right? Like, we have 10 pit kilns going, so hopefully it doesn't break anything with the game. God, I'm excited for when Zuzi wakes up rested. Her night shifts are finally over. At least for this week. She gets 4 days off. We're gonna chill. Alright, that is a shitload of kilns, but we did a good job. And we should be safe regarding a forest fire, with the layer of sand that we put around the perimeter. Let's head back. Alright, don't need that plant. Let's put that out here somewhere. Plant the tree. The birch. I'm not gonna keep the sticks on me, I'm gonna keep the bones. Let's make a bone knife right now. And then I'll leave the bones behind. I should take sticks, because I can't use bone for the handle for a shovel. I don't know why you can't. I think you should be able to, but it isn't a thing yet if it's going to be a thing later. Alright. Let's place this torch back down. Renew its durability. Alright, I gotta pee, and I'm gonna put on the water for another coffee. Okay, I need a timer for the water. Make sure I don't fuck it up. We'll set that to 2 minutes. Yeah, I've left a pot of water boiling. Oh god, I was playing Darkest Dungeon. I put on a pot of water for coffee, and then I entered a well dungeon. Biggest mistake of my life. Completely distracted the whole time. And about 45 minutes later, I look at the pot. I ruined the pot. It was literally like molten red. Glowing. Fucking crazy. Alright. So what's on the agenda now? We have a bunch of clay products currently firing. I will need to make an anvil later, but that's an easy task. We'll do it later. We have a lot of storage coming in. We need to find copper. At present, I have not found a single copper, like surface copper node. So... And we have to do that while still contending with the ever-present risk of bears. Hoping that we don't encounter them. I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll head over here and we'll explore this mountain. Yeah, we gotta try to find surface copper. Now, we do have olivine, which I'll mark it. A lot of olivine over here. Tons of fucking olivine all over this mountain, really. And quartz. I figure if we're going to find any copper, you know, we might find it near the mountain. At least the surface bits. Hopefully we don't find a fucking brown bear. It was a nice little spot. Oh, the timer's done? Okay. Rock solid. Idiot proof, right? Okay. So home is that way. I can literally see our house from here. Can I see a bear from here? I feel like that's the kind that's more important that we can see that. There is a lot of quartz around this area. Also a lot of olivine, but I'm not seeing a surface copper deposit around here. I might want to just start, or like bite the bullet and start panning. It'll take a solid hour of panning to get 40 copper. But we can do it over the course of 2 nights. right? Like, just 2 nights spent panning doesn't seem so bad, and during the day we're out there foraging, looting, whatever. But if we can find a surface node, we can shave a lot of time off of that. I'm gonna need to loot more flint too. We've been using a lot of tools lately. Alright, we got some mushrooms here. We're gonna gather them. Pretty sure the bone knife is actually faster and more durable if you make the handle out of a bone instead of out of wood. I wish that every tool followed that principle. I'd love to make like bone shovels and, you know, but right now you can only do bone knives and bone axes. I would like to try just lightly excavating these ruins, seeing if we can uncover anything, you know? Hey, bony soil, look at that. We're gonna want to pan that. All right. Really not finding that many berries in the countryside here, but you know what? We haven't really explored much over toward where we found the clay. We haven't looked around there much. We may want to. That's a rabbit. The pit kiln is going strong. Let's eat these red currants and bring those seeds elsewhere. Okay. I can't really fit those in there. With that cooking pot soon, I'll be able to cook, like, you know, porridge, a whole bunch of shit. Soup. We can make vegetable soup. We can make fruit porridge, just all kinds of good stuff. It's getting darker. Got some berries here. Let's grab them. I think those were rabbit footsteps. It scared the shit out of me, though. Anyway, let's start heading home. There's more clay here. I don't think we're gonna need it, but I'll mark it regardless. Let's get home before I get lost. Let's hope I'm not lost already. Never say never. No, we're home. A little bit of a bird's eye view was all I needed. All right. Let's make a pan for panning. And I need a little more wood. I really appreciate that, Mary. Good morning, sister. It's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. We certainly are over here. This is an interesting playthrough. We survived a close encounter with a bear. Don't know how the hell we did it, but we did it. And then we found clay right after. It was glorious. All right, how do I make the pan? A knife and a log. All right, deposit the seeds. We have a lot of seeds. Look at that, 32 flax seeds we've been able to get so far. All right, let's pan this real quick. Bony soil. Apparently you can get better stuff than usual from that. I'm just glad we finally found clay and we finally have our clay products firing. It's going to be nice when I can cook actual meals, right? Stretch our food out. All right, that's it for the bony soil. We're going to spend our night panning, I think. I got an aged lore book. Fuck is that? Can't really sell him that book. I don't care much about Jonas. I gotta be honest. I don't give a shit about Jonas. What is that? Rough Peridot. I don't know what to do with that. Hang on. Put it in the hotbar and use the right mouse button. Okay. I need that sand. The birch log I will turn into firewood. And I think I'm just gonna get rid of these arrowheads. I don't need them. Okay. There is a body of water here. It was somewhere. I'm really glad he has a lantern. That basically means I don't need to worry about getting lost. Here's the water. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build myself a tiny little shelter here. There we go. And now I can safely pan all night. Oh, there needs to be air above the block. Does that mean... Wait. Okay, I think I know what the problem is. I need to stand here. I got rid of the water here by accident. All right, hang on. It's my first time setting up something like this, so... I hope we don't get attacked yet. My torch just burned out. It's a good thing he has a lantern. I can light it on this one. Rift activity is low, so, like, we might not be accosted. Okay. So I grab this, and then I place it here. The dirt goes there, and then I place the sand, and I can pan safely. Right on. I didn't make it perfectly, like my character is sort of drifting. I'm sure there's a better way I could make it, but we won't worry about that for now. Point is, I can now pan safely here without getting attacked by something at random. Can I, like, get up there and... Hang on. Sit down. Place... Oh, I'm in the way. I can't place it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try to build this one more time. I'm just hearing the trader. Nothing threatening. Alright, so when I'm building this, in order for it to be convenient, I need to make sure that the flowing water isn't a problem. So let's try building it this way. I might not be able to make sure of that. It might simply be tedious without... Honestly... Fuck it, I'm thinking. Let's just place that down, put down some sand and pan here, and if I have to run, I can run. Rift activity is low. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. If I get killed by it, harsh lesson, but... might be just fine. That's our first copper nugget. Second. I'm hoping to just get 20 copper nuggets per night for 2 nights, and then, you know, we'll have the tools that we need to do some metal shaping. Now, if I don't find a surface copper deposit, then that means I'm gonna have to make 3 tools through panning. I'm gonna have to make the prospector's pick, the pickaxe, and the hammer. I watched a guide for how to use the prospector's pick and how to more reliably find nodes and such, right? That's our third copper. The labors continue, my friends. We're going to want to make porridge as much as we can. Once we get that cooking pot, that's going to increase our grain meter. I found out that every one of these bars is 2.5 HP. So if I fill up these 4 fully, then we'll have 10 more health than we started with, right? Already, I think that we started with like 10 HP, and we now have 4.3 more HP. I think so. I'm not really 100% sure how much HP the hunter starts with. I think he starts with 12, but then when you play on Wilderness Survival, you have less starting health, like 2.5 less, so we start with 10. We're at 5 copper, and I just got 2 rusty gears, which is pretty interesting. That's currency. That's actually kind of fascinating. I've never found rusty gears before. That's my first time. Another copper, we're at 6. And this game has the green hell thing going on, where when you have your inventory open or your character spreadsheet, you can hold Alt to look around. And I can actually click on things with the mouse if I like aim the mouse at it while I have an inventory open. It's pretty cool. The only shitty part is I can't pan while I have my actual bags open. Like, that doesn't work. I can't open my inventory and pan. Oh, I can. Oh, beautiful. Okay, you just have to... It interrupts the panning action when you open the inventory, but you can open the inventory and then start panning. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, cool. Journey of Discovery. We have 9 copper. I got a sphalerite nugget and a copper arrowhead. I would much prefer a copper spearhead. That would be sick. Maybe we'll find one, you know, throughout the process. You never know what you're gonna get. $11 copper. We're getting hungry. I have a lot of mushrooms back at base, but that's just about all I have. $12 copper. I think I'll keep the copper arrowheads. If I do make that crude bow, you know, having arrows that don't break might be useful. And they'll deal full damage. Alright, last one, then we'll go get some food. We're honestly pretty hurting on food. There's surprisingly few berry bushes around this area. It's not very rich in berries. But we're increasing our vegetable score at least, getting more health regarding that. Alright, let's plug this up. Alright, we can make a couple of piles to conserve inventory space. Pretty soon, we're gonna have what we need. Nice, I can make a pile of those stones too. Pilot quartz. Probably, what, this sphalerite nugget? Yeah, we gotta conserve space until those urns are done, and we're gonna want to think about building a better house very shortly. So, with that in mind, let's look at that new material that I'd like to start using. Light mud brick. We need dry grass, sand, soil, and clay. Let's make another shovel. Our clay products might finish firing today, at some point, and then we'll be able to cook honest to goodness meals. And I'm gonna want to start hunting animals more. I'm gonna keep on digging up clay till I have 2 stacks of it. That'll do. Very mountainous terrain up ahead. It's not going to be easy to explore around that. One of the videos I watched told me that if you just run in a straight line, eventually you find like a surface copper deposit. I don't know how much I believe that, but I gotta admit it would be nice to find one, even if it was a little far away from home. And what he recommended doing was running forward, and then if you get too far, do like a 90-degree turn, and then, you know, you just keep doing 90-degree turns and you run in like a box. Shit. Our home is that way by the red tree. Let's try not to get lost, dude. I am attached to that home. Peat. I need this. This is really good fire fuel, actually. Yeah, we can get peat bricks from it. I learned that recently. I didn't get to use it in my last playthrough, but I can use it in this one. Yeah, we'll get a whole bunch of peat. You can even stack it like you would stack firewood. That way I can use peat as fire fuel, and I can use firewood to make charcoal. Whoa. Massive landslide there. All right, we'll just get 2 stacks of peat. There we go. And let's keep moving. Oh my god. I want to fall down there. Yeah, we'll keep moving this way. Hopefully not encountering a fucking grizzly bear. I'll try to preserve the best sight lines I can. Because running into a grizzly bear basically means I can say a prayer, and that's about all I can do. Gather the mushrooms. I'm gonna start wishing I had deposited my pan and copper soon. But if I find something worth marking, oh yeah, shit. Let's drop that, eat these. If I find something worth marking, I can use the extra packed dirt that I have. If not, I'll just drop that packed dirt. I have 5 extra packed dirt above and beyond a stack. Yeah, you know what? Let's just drop it. Those are puffball mushrooms. These are field mushrooms. Let's eat these. Flax. Fucking need it. I need it. Damn it. All right, you know what? We're gonna go home and deposit before I kill more daylight with a tight inventory. Yeah, I can remedy this. We'll head back, create a pile with the peat that we found. And I'll stare at the ground while we run. Maybe I'll get lucky and find some copper. Field mushrooms. All right. Deposit the grain. The berries will keep on us. The mushrooms as well. Those seeds shouldn't be in there anymore. Turnip seeds go elsewhere. Okay. Our inventory is looking a hell of a lot better now. A deer, eh? I might want to try to hunt that. It looks like all of our clay stuff is done firing. I can deposit the rye seeds in here. And then the turnip seeds go in here. Flax fibers, man, we've done well with that. Okay, I hunt that deer and I can get my first soup. Got it. All right, 9 red meat. Oh, that's beautiful. We'll eat well, but honestly, more food won't hurt. We got a stockpile. And if I want to find surface copper, I'm thinking this biome might be the right place to look. Let's just watch out for a fucking bear. That would slow our roll, wouldn't it? Take the flax seeds. We'll need them eventually. There's a ruin over there. Berries, nice. Black currant. Some veggies. Might just get some seeds. Carrot seeds. Look at this. I wonder if there's anything down here. Not that I can see so far. Yeah, bony soil. More bony soil right there. Alright. This is home. We're home right here. Not really seeing any copper. Let's double back and try to hunt the other deers that we found. That's a rabbit. I don't care about the rabbit. Well, there's a deer over there. I just hope I don't come across a fucking bear. That's always at the back of your mind. It's always the bear. Like, there's nothing else to worry about besides a brown bear. A black bear is fine. He might one-hit kill you, but you can outrun him easily. Really just all comes down to that brown bear. Okay, we got it. Nice, we have 20 meat. That is gonna be a lot of soup. And we can store it in our crock pots to preserve it well. Crock pots in the cellar. Yeah. Food won't be an issue for that much longer, nor storage for that matter. God, where's home? I'm worried about encountering a bear. I'm not worried that I'm lost. I'm worried that I'll find a bear before I find home. Like that one. Holy shit, you see that? Alright. Yeah, we chased after that deer for a while, and it got me a little bit turned around, but I'm pretty sure home is in this direction. We'll try to get a bird's eye view and find our way back. There it is. Let's eat these black currant berries. and deposit what we can and grab our cookware. We have 5 animal fat, that's good. Alright, I'll pick up one of those. Ceramic jug, ceramic crock. Yeah, I want those crocks. What, those don't stack? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna rebuild this house. Don't you guys worry about that. It was just a little starter hut to get me off my feet. All right. Okay. Five servings of hefty red meat stew. That's gonna keep us fed for a good long time. Gonna be nice to no longer be living off of piles on the floor, huh? I'm gonna go get my coffee. Oh, very dangerous indeed, conscript. We'll just have to grin and bear it, won't we? All right. So, I want to craft a bunch of that shit. What is it? I need dry grass, clay, and I'm gonna need some dirt as well. Like just regular old dirt. It's time that we built a house that we can be proud of. We should have an easier time staying fed for at least a few days now that we have soup, hefty stews. The deer was the real MVP, that family of deer. They're gonna be keeping us alive for a minute. All right, let's make another shovel. Alright, let's go check on the stew. We'll make sure it keeps on cooking. Now, mud brick. Light mud brick. So sand on top, soil on the bottom, clay on the sides, these in the corners. Dirt on the bottom, sand on the top, clay on the sides, and this on the corners. Alright, it's expensive to craft, it's gonna take a while, but that light mud brick is a beautiful material to make our starter home out of. Just beautiful. Alright. Oh, buddy, I am so hungry for this meat stew, I can't even tell you. This is gonna be good. This is our first real, like, quality meal that we're gonna have. There it is. Okay, we have 4 servings of hefty red meat stew to put into the cellar here. And we can put this into the bowl, eat it. Now we can make a new soup and free up more space in the cellar, right? So I'm thinking maybe we use the jug and we make a vegetable soup. Let me just take a look at the cooking here. I think that's subjective conscript. All right, so we need vegetable and water, followed by more vegetables. And I can make porridge as well, which just requires grains and then any vegetable. Or we can just make like porridgey porridge with a shitload of grains in it. I think we'll do the porridge first. I've never made porridge before. Okay, so 3 servings of rye spelt porridge. It is nice to be cooking. Making, like, we're stockpiling food. I've never used crock pots like this before. That's gonna be fine. Oh yeah. Okay. And now, while that cooks, it won't take long to cook, we're just gonna keep getting more dirt. Fuck it. I'll get rid of that. Okay. Alright, that's enough dirt for now. Let's work on getting more of this dry grass, and then we'll go check on the stew. Well, the porridge, not stew. I had no idea you could even make porridge for several playthroughs. It gives you a use for all that grain that you find, right? You don't need to make it into flour and make bread, you can just make porridge out of it. And then that helps you, I think, to get your grains stat up so you can increase your max health. Okay. I'm gonna have to make a new bone handle knife, but it's a good time to go back and check on things here. Porridge, done. Now let's grab our other crock pot, store all those meals in it. Hell yeah. And then we'll cook one more meal in there. Probably just like a vegetable soup, but I'll have to use the ceramic jug, grab some water. I certainly can't pan there tonight. Not with that portal so close by. Alright, how do I put water in here, huh? 0.3 liters. And then I need veggies. How do I get the ratio right? Soup water ratio. Vintage story. 1 liter of fresh water and 1 vegetable. Okay. Well, this holds 3 liters, so... There we go. 3 servings of onion soup with boiled puffball. In fact, I might be able to improve it even further. Put 3 of these in there. Yep. Perfect. Fucking perfect. We're gonna have a lot of food to go around. We're gonna want to make a ceramic cellar. So let's deposit this shit for now. And then empty this. Go grab one of our ceramic containers. The sun is setting. We're gonna want to cool our jets on the work a little bit here. All right, there we go. And then we'll stuff the food in there. So we not only have more space, but this preserves food even better. Nice. We have a lot of meals just sort of prepared for a good long time. A good long time. And I can start to build like better storage. But first, we're building the blocks that we need to construct a better home. Like I said, I don't really feel safe panning with that portal next to the water. So, let's make another batch. I need clay. A lot more clay, to be honest. Let's go dig a little bit more clay with the daylight we have remaining. Right here. I need a new knife. Right. I can't get more dry grass right now, then. Build a house with water inside for panning at night. True. I wouldn't get to choose my location if I did that, but nonetheless, I could theoretically do it. I could try to build a little makeshift shelter near that pond and start panning in it. Like, technically. That's what I did the other night. But for now, I'll work on building the blocks that we need to improve our house. Alright, 52 light mud bricks. With the bottleneck currently being dry grass, so let's grab a bone and make a new blade. Blade Trinity. All right. Rift activity is medium, which means it's gonna get pretty dangerous out here compared to what we've been used to. But we have our first stack of light mud bricks. It's not hard work, but we have to work slower than we'd like due to current limitation. It's nighttime, right? So let's get that stuff off the floor. And let's seal this up after I grab a new meal. So my understanding is that I have to put the crock on the ground and then I can like withdraw a meal from it. Yeah, let's withdraw 2. You can't eat directly out of the crock though. Yeah, let's seal this up. And then I'm gonna go sleep. I don't know. I'm ambivalent. Oh god. Yeah, we're sleeping. We're sleeping. Actually, that's a bad idea now. Let's head inside. Because then I'll just be cornered inside that guy's wagon. Yeah, there's a bone arrow thrower over there. An enemy archer. We'll try to just kill these guys, I guess. You never know, maybe I'll get lucky, get some flax rope. I can kill that arrow thrower with 2 spears. 2 thrown spears, but I don't want to go out there while there's that other monster crawling around. Got it. Jesus. Back in. That's intense. I didn't make a bed yet out of hay, so we're kind of, you know, we're stuck doing what we're doing. Which is not so bad, but I will need to be, like, moderately careful. Alright, got him. I don't know where the climber went. No, I couldn't tell you. We're gonna place that again, make sure it doesn't burn out on us. Yeah, we died right after making the saw in our best playthrough so far. I don't like doing this. There is a degree of risk. But I'm just kind of hoping the other shoe won't drop, you know what I mean? Okay. I think we have enough now to convert our house. The ceiling I can make out of something else like thatch later. We can leave it as dirt for now. Yeah, let's get this out of the offhand. It makes us get hungrier faster. Alright. Let's start replacing these walls, and I'm gonna make it a little bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 9 at least. Right. The fucking ceiling. Don't neglect that, right? Alright. As you guys can see, this material looks way better than what we've been using. Like, way better, right? It's got like a nice bricky look to it. It doesn't look the best, but it looks better than just having like a dirt hole everywhere. I'll do the top first, and then we'll replace the blocks on the bottom. All right. Right, I'm placing this wrong. I wanted to widen the base up to 9, so... Let's make a new shovel. Speed up the work. We're getting our first temporal storm on day 5, which is honestly really scary early compared to normal. Like, usually I get it on day 7, we're getting it on day 5 this time, but staying safe for the temporal storm should be a relatively simple matter like usual. Isn't that nice, guys? Not too bad for something I cobbled out of primitive ingredients, huh? Mm-hmm. Not bad at all. It looks like an actual house, right? Make the ceiling at least 1 tile higher and then it won't be as claustrophobic. I will. We're gonna make a second story to this place, in fact. A beautiful house. It's just for now, we're roughing it. Let's pile these up. right here. We're gonna move the fire. Also the firewood. And now we can actually start to place our improved storage setup. Let's eat. We're hungry. Unfortunately, we have a lot of great food to eat. We're doing terrific. Don't like the sound of that, but at least our gate is closed. All right. All right. Yeah, that is dope. That'll stay fresh for a good long time. We're gonna want to eat the porridge first. It's gonna go bad the soonest. So I'm actually thinking, can I put this in there? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll finish the meat stew then, and then we'll start eating the... Wait. No, okay. Yeah, we'll just start eating the porridge ASAP. That's fresh for 8 days, fresh for 9, fresh for 6. We'll eat this, and it's gonna give us a grain nutrition, which is pretty useful. We need that. Monster over there. Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna need one more ceramic pot, actually. Yeah, 4 for storage, 1 for the cellar. Shit. Clean over his head. All right, we killed it. Oh god. The fuck is that? Holy shit, that thing is fast. I'm glad it didn't hurt me more than that. Oh, buddy. That was intense. That thing runs up on you. That's scary shit, dude. Clearly, we have to be very careful. So blocks, we're gonna put in here. The packed dirt, I need. Crafting resources that are common and frequently needed go in here. We'll also put ceramic stuff in there for now until we have another one. And then in here we'll put stuff that's used for crafting that is less often required for it. Seeds we'll keep in here. Okay. Where the fuck is Speedy Gonzalez? I don't know. He's got me sweating. He's out there somewhere, bro. Nothing. Okay, we got another bow and arrow. All right. We grabbed everything out of our temporary storage chest over there. We got a bunch of flax seeds. We're gonna want to plant those soon. Now, I need bowls. Okay, I made 2 ceramic oil lamps. 2, 3. There. I'm pretty sure that might stop spawns in this space. These have a lower light level than the torch does, but I never have to pick them up or drop them to replace them. So that's good, right? Now I can use this fat right here to prepare some hides for tanning. We'll do large hides, of course. I tend to prefer those. Let's just take a look real quick at the animal hide clothing. Yeah, rawhide trousers, rawhide mantle, warm robe. I won't be able to do the robe, but... Two medium, 1 large, so that's just 1 processing thing, and then 3 medium or 2 large. Okay, so 1 fat can process 2 medium hide. I think I'll just do the large hides then. Yeah, I have 3 fat. I can make 3 large hides that are curable. Got it. Yeah, we'll make our first pelt. I want to work my way toward the hunter backpacks. So let's put these down right here. And then deposit. We can actually make clothing out of this stuff, right? Yeah. We need to put a knife here and surround it in the 2 large hides. Boom, rawhide mantle. And then we need to make pants. And I'm pretty sure I won't be able to make the warm robe. No, that requires cloth. All right. Still, we have warmer clothing. I hate the rift activity right now, man. Okay. It's nice to not have to worry about where our next meal is gonna come from, huh? We're gonna throw away this old clothing. The 7 days to die hatch also works in this game? Yeah, damn straight. All right, now we have a campfire for later, all prepared. Deposit the medium rawhide, and I think we're pretty much ready to do some more panning and try to get some more stuff. But first, I'm gonna do some clay shaping and get this started. We need 1 more storage vessel and an anvil. It's very windy out there today, but this rawhide clothing should help me to stay warm when the temperature starts to drop. It's the 5th of May. God damn, we might actually be having our temporal storm tomorrow. I learned a way to stop spawns in your base, though. Apparently, if a tile is occupied, a monster can't spawn there. So what you do is you take a bunch of dry grass and you just put down like a piece of dry grass on the ground, as though you were making a campfire, and apparently that one single action makes it a tile that monsters can't spawn on. So if I do it in every open tile in my base, then I won't have to close myself in a tiny 1x1 hole, you know? Okay, there's that. Now we need the anvil. I don't know how much clay this is gonna take. We're gonna want a watering can too. I got our next meal. duplicate the layer. All right, let's eat. It's a full belly, man. Damn mighty fine, you know? Is that it? No, not done yet. I think we'll have enough clay to finish it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And I might make another batch of bowls. We used 2 of the bowls, so that means we have 2 bowls left, right? No, I only made 3 bowls. Mind you, I only need 1, but we'll make more. I want more, so I just don't know if I have enough clay to make a whole bunch. Oh yeah, it barely took 1 clay to make that bowl. Alright, so I'm thinking, we already have 2 ingot molds. I will want that lamellé mold eventually, but not right now. Watering can. I don't have enough to make that right now. All right. Yeah, we'll make sure we have like 4 total bowls. There, and then oh shit, I didn't want to do that. That's our final storage container for now. We got the anvil mold in there. Now, 3 bowls. I could make another crock for storing more food. I think I'll do that. And then we'll make a watering can as well. It'll just require that I go get a little bit more clay. Rift activity is still medium in the area. We're not exactly safe around here. I'm worried about the fact that I haven't found any surface copper nodes yet. We might actually have to do like deep mining, which I don't like. Apparently you have to dig really far down in order to do that. And until you have a bucket, you can't do the waterfall method, so. That's enough clay for now. Let's get some more wood and branches. Oh yeah, the music in this game is always a good time, buddy. Oh shit. Well, I'm not getting the sticks down there. Holy shit. Yeah, we're not gonna bother. We're all right. I got a few wood and I got some sticks. Let's make a watering can. Yeah, rope ladders, definitely, yeah. It's cheaper than using sticks, although vines are harder to come by. All right. So we got to set up 4 of these for use. Let's grab some dry grass. Eventually, those wolves will be respawning where we previously killed them. I hardly remember where that was now, but I think it was over there someplace. And eventually, I'm gonna have to stop holding this shit and just go take it. You guys ever have to shit or pee, but like you're having so much fun that you don't really want to stop, so you hold it? I used to do that all the time as a kid, but one time I actually got constipated and it hurt like hell. Nowadays I don't really worry about getting constipated. Like, I shit like a slip and slide. I never have to worry about it, right? With the, yeah. But back then, man, Oh my god, I lived on too much junk food. Fuck was I doing? It's hard to shit when your entire diet is pizza pockets and fucking Lego candy, you know what I mean? And soda. All right, grab some wood. I'm not sure that that's enough. Let's grab a little bit extra. All right. Let's get these lit and get everything firing. We'll have an anvil, another storage pot, as well as 3 more bowls and another crock pot and a watering can. Oh, Factorio? Yeah. 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 You just... Oh, man. There is no real life. There is only the factory. What baby crying? I don't hear a baby crying. That's just the sound of machinery. All right. Let's finish this, and then we'll start eating that porridge. All right, hell yeah, buddy. Now, next on the agenda, I need to do more panning. So let's grab our sand blocks. I don't like the cut of that portal's jib. I'm gonna gather more sand. Nice, got some turnips and seeds. At least until the fucking shovel breaks. I'm so glad we found those deer, man. That hefty stew. We have porridge, we have stew. We have all the good stuff for a while. Just about the only thing I can't find is a surface copper vein. I've never had to go digging for my first copper. I know that digging down in this game is not nearly as dangerous as it is to dig down in Minecraft. I know that. But what I'm really worried about is falling into a cave where there might be monsters and then having to pull back up, but dying before I can pull myself back up, right? Like, that's the main risk. It takes a lot longer and uses a lot more of your pickaxe's durability to do, like, a spiral staircase down. That can be annoying, buddy. So I don't know. I don't really know how I'm gonna handle it. It just occurred to me that I don't have to put the sand into the water. I can... Oh, well, I mean, that happens, but I can put the sand over here. And then just grab it and pan it. Yeah, it's way easier that way. Which means I could easily make a little shelter in that pond near our house for continued panning, which I think I will do. I'll make a little panning shelter at home. Yeah, let's head over there. Our grain count is gonna go up now. Yeah, let's head home. I found a temporal gear. The fuck? Yo, there's something down there. There's like a lot down there. I didn't notice it before, but there's like a room underneath all this. I'm gonna make a new shovel. I've never dug into a ruin and found a room before, so I guess this is my first time, huh? I'm gonna try to make sure I have like a staircase that leads down there. I don't suppose there's monsters down here. Three coils of rope. Doesn't look like I can actually use the spider web for anything other than burning it, so I'm gonna take the rope. Metal barrel, but it looks just thoroughly destroyed. I could repair it using glue. Either way, it doesn't look like there's too much down here, so at least we found the rope. And we learned, you know, that's our first room that we found underneath the ground. Now, where the hell is base? Yeah, that's where we were mining for sand. So I think base is actually over here. Oh god, monster. Please don't catch up. No, base ain't over there. Ah! Fuck, yo, he's fast, he's fast, he's fast, run. Oh, thank god, home. Wow, yeah, my inner compass wasn't really working too well there, was it? Okay, let's get inside. And then I have to build a shelter for panning. That chest is full already. Gonna need more storage. Maybe I'll put minerals into their own. Like in here. I need a new knife. I gotta make sure my gear isn't spinning backwards when I'm here. Alright, so... yeah, we'll make a little panning shelter. A rudimentary one. Doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to be an enclosed space that I can pan in, right? Good morning, Zeusy. Hey. I'll be right back, guys. Back right now, free. We're back, Aeromast. We're back, buddy. Yeah, I figured, you know, that I can make it so that the wolf doesn't fucking, so that my spear doesn't clip through the wolf. All right, put that there, and then seal that up. There. Now, while standing in this water, I can just pan some sand. Oh, shit. Right. Fuck, I forgot about that. No. All right, you know what? I'll put a block of dirt right there so I'm not flowing anymore. And then we have to go one more out. And then it'll still work. Like this. Yeah, you got it. You can't place the sand directly beside the water or else it'll fall in. So if I do that, then we're good. And I can also make a wattle gate to get out here, I think. I think I just need 3 sticks and then my knife. Yeah. And then I can even put a torch down here if I want to, just to have a little bit of extra light. All right, there we go. We have a safe area to pan. I'm gonna eat this porridge. I'm gonna go grab another meal, and then we're gonna come back and get started on the work. I don't like all these bushes in the way, though. Oh, God. Yeah, we are right beside a rift portal, so there are going to be enemy spawns near that working zone. And I have to cover this up. Big faux pas there, forgetting to cover it up. Alright. Grab another serving of porridge. That crock pot is now empty. Anyway, we don't need to be able to make tools out here, not really, so let's deposit that stuff for the time being. Keep the sand. All right. I think I'll be all right in here. So now we pan. Just like that. To see if there's a persistent camera lock option in the settings. I don't know. I mean, we could try this immersive mouse mode, but yeah, I don't like that. Immersive mouse mode just makes it so that I need to hold Alt to move my mouse when I have the inventory open. All right, fair enough. Yeah, let's keep on panning. We need to get a shitload of copper nuggets. All right. We got a long night of panning ahead of us, but at least things are going well. We have a lot to be happy about. We've survived a run-in with a fucking bear earlier. A brown bear, the kind that can actually outrun you. I don't know how the hell we survived it, man. We got lucky, like we jumped into water. He failed to hit us, we jumped into water, and he just didn't land that hit, and then we ended up getting away. I got so lucky. The Lord was with us. Alright. There's a lot of monsters just chilling around here. That sounds fucked. Oh my god. You're not gonna end up hitting me through there, are you? Oh my god, that is so fucked. I hate that. I hate how they're just there. Like, what if they hit me through the wall? I don't trust that as far as I can throw it, but I guess we'll just hope it doesn't happen. I don't need that kind of energy in my life right now. Like, this playthrough's going good. I don't want to die to another glitchy bullshit thing, right? All right, 3 copper. Holy shit. You're safe if you don't look back. Just don't look back. Current rift activity is calm. So I can only assume that the rift that was there no longer is there. We have 17 health points. I might actually survive it if we get hit by a bear. One hit. Maybe. The bear does... No, he does 16 damage. Doesn't he? No, 18, because the bear's base damage is 12, and he does 50% more damage on wilderness survival difficulty. I need 18 HP in order to survive a direct hit from a bear. So we're still working on it. I need to eat more vegetables and more grains. We have a vegetable soup in a crock pot, and I also have this last bowl of porridge. So happy you're home. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, and then we can keep our security money instead of dumping it all into that insurance, yeah. Earnings, yeah. No problem. I'll do it today after work. Okay. Holy shit, did you guys see that? I ate that porridge and I actually gained like 0.6 max health. We're at 17.4 now. If I get another 0.7, then we'll be able to survive a hit from a bear. Although apparently the bear has a special attack, like a bite, that does 15 damage. In order to survive that bite, I would need to have 22.5 health. But I'll be able to survive a swipe at least when I have 18 health. Still, if it's a fucking brown bear, we're probably dead anyway, because he'll just outspeed me. The black bears are fine. Brown bears I'm worried about. Unfortunately, the only bears I've seen around here are fucking brown bears. So... yeah. At least I think they're brown bears. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I neglected my grain diet in the previous playthrough. It turns out, I had no idea, but you can make porridge out of, like, all of the grains that you loot. I thought that you had to make bread out of them, but you can make porridge. You can even put fruits and stuff into the porridge. It's really cool. You should try to play this, Susie. Steam Deck might work. It's an operating system, right? Yeah. This game is really fun. I think you'd get lost in it for hours and love it. And you don't have to play like permadeath like I do. You can just play survival and respawn and stuff. I get you, but it's better to have something to look forward to on your time off, right? To sleeping normally, yeah.
Seeing my parents and getting to...
Yeah.
That's how last day when I was suffering, and I went...
Your feet? Oh, sweetie, that... yeah.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Because I It's going to see it.
Yeah.
I answered the question because I studied it. So she was very happy with my watching me work. But she told me
Aw.
that I'm being
God.
but I'm telling to just
Yeah, your feet have to form the calluses in order to get used to it. They're gonna have to give you that grace time, like.
well, it's like I it's great.
Yeah. Witch bitches. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But she told me.
Yeah, get those calluses ready. Yeah.
So
Oh man, this is intense. Yeah, I hope those brown bears get a mega nerf. Well, it's crazy. I felt the same thing. When I was working for the co-op, like, I got mega blisters on my feet eventually. I had to work while sick. Like, remember how sick I was when I was trying to play Raft and make that series, that video series, editing it and working, and I had those blisters. I was sorting food on the shelves and I was fucking sitting down, and then Sue gave me this look like, bitch, my feet hurt. There tends to be like very little sympathy for that in workplaces, because I think in their mind they're just like, well, if you haven't broken in your feet and gotten used to it yet, I'll just fire you and find someone who is used to it. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, bad news, guys. We got a medium temporal storm coming, but I have a plan for that temporal storm. We can try to pan for the whole thing. In order to stop monsters from spawning in here, I have to make sure that there is an object occupying every space. That should stop monsters from spawning in here. And then we can just keep on placing sand and keep on panning. But I'm gonna have to bring extra food in here. So we just got a warning that it's happening in 5 minutes. We're gonna get a warning that it's imminent soon. When we get that imminent warning, we're gonna go grab more food, and then we're gonna come back here. Bless you, Zeus. Don't worry about it. We've lost about 30 viewers since we started talking, but they're not the real ones. No, they're not the goats. They're not the goats. I would rather lose 200 viewers and talk to you than placate the ones who leave. We're gonna have to eat that last serving of soup here pretty soon. I love you, sweetie. Don't worry about blowing your nose. It just sounds like a trumpet, and my character's voice is a harmonica, so... Alright, let's eat that bowl of soup. The soup is not very nourishing, honestly. What time is it? It is 3:21 in the AM. I got another rusty gear. We're gonna finish this block and then we're gonna go prepare. We're gonna go get our food. So I need, hang on, let's grab this torch. Put it down right here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 dry grass. All right. Two servings of hefty red meat stew. And then we still have so much extra food. Look at that. These grains will last 4.2 years. The turnips will last 47 days, and these aren't even covered. If I cover them, it probably just improves the... Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna make a stone pile with these. I don't even feel like I need the blue clay. We'll hang on to it, but... Okay, deposit the flint. I won't need that. We have the dry grass. I have the copper nuggets. We have food, and I have a bowl to eat the food. We should be fine. In fact, I have 2 very hefty meals, so... And let's place this dry grass down. So apparently if I do this, if I just do that, then I can stop spawns in this room. And it'll be safe during a portal storm. It's kind of weird. I personally feel like if you just have sufficient light level, then creatures shouldn't be spawning in your base during a portal storm, but it is what it is. We gotta work with the system we have, not the one we'd prefer. We have 28 copper nuggets. Let's put the crock down. And get a serving of soup out of it ahead of time. Firewood works also, eh? Fair enough, fair enough. As long as something occupies the tile, right? We're probably going to be here a while. With any luck, I'll get really lucky. Wow, with any luck, I'll get lucky. Yeah, true enough, Aristotle. But if we're fortunate, then I'll end up getting like 60 copper nuggets because we haven't found a single surface node of copper, which means it might not be enough for me to just make a copper pickaxe and a copper hammer. I might also need a prospector's pick in order to actually find a mineable node. So because if I make a prospector's pick and a pickaxe, then sure, I can find the stuff, but unless I actually have a copper hammer crafted, I can't smash the ore nuggets open to extract the copper bits, so it's unusable in that form. Unless there's another way to smash them open that I don't know about, but if anybody knows of another way to break open copper ore chunks and get the nuggets out of them besides using a hammer, please let me know. Because I would love to save 20 copper and only require 40 for the prospector's pick and the pickaxe. Oh my god. Finally home. Home and cozy. Yeah, and the moisture problem is like non-existent. As long as we just never lower the blinds. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna leave. And I'm gonna go fill up this stack with sand. I better not get lost though. It's just a straight route. Yeah. Okay. That kind of points toward where home is. I'm gonna remember that. I don't even want to step foot in that forest. Where's the sand? That's gravel. There's the sand, which means my base is over that way. Fair enough. All right. I still keep hoping I'll get lucky and find some copper bits on the ground, but it's so hard to see them in a grassy area like this, you know? You're lucky to come upon it in general, but coming upon one in a place this obstructed visually, it's not likely. We'll go deposit when we get that imminent warning. And until then, I'll just scout this surrounding countryside right here for items. Or, God willing, copper nuggets. Got some mushrooms. Red wine cat. Okay. There's more mushrooms over there, I think. I passed them. Puffball mushrooms, right? Or field mushrooms? Hang on. Temporal storm, vintage story. I want to know exactly how much time you have when you get those notifications. Okay, 35% of a day, and then I'm gonna have an in-game half an hour when I get that imminent warning, so I don't want to wander too far away from base. That red tree is a terrific landmark, though. It'll lead us home relatively fast. If I find a surface copper node, I'm gonna shit a brick. All right, let's eat. All right, I marked the quartz. We can't mine it till we have a bronze pickaxe, though, I think, so we're quite a ways off from that. I'm gonna get rid of all these visual obstructing bushes so I can more easily find my way between my base and the panning site. Yeah, we're so close to home. I'm not worried about getting lost right now. That's what we want. And this work has to be done anyway so that I can safely traverse this area without running into enemies, so. All right, the storm is now imminent. It is going to be starting any second, so I have to go. I have to deposit, and then I need to head back there. And we have to prepare for a temporal storm. All right, cellar. All right. Seeds. deposit those. One, deposit the sticks and the flint. I think that'll do. Let's go. Oh god, it's starting. Hey, there's a sheep right there. Close that. And yeah, we should be good here. Keyword is should. I'm hoping we don't get any nasty surprises. You can click with a bowl on a crock in your inventory to get a meal? Really? So I don't have to put the crock down? Okay, I'll try that out, buddy. Thank you. Right on. I just looked at the Reddit for this game. You can eat psychedelic mushrooms and trip out. Wow. Yeah, man. I'd recommend it, Aeromast. I'd recommend it. It's a wonderful game. It's just janky as fuck. You know, it's got that early access curse where you know how much potential is there, you just also know that it's being weighed down by kind of like, it's not fully cooked yet, right? And unfortunately, there is a good thing and a bad thing with the developer's direction of the game. There's a reason why this game isn't on Steam, and the developer has said that they have not put the game up for sale anywhere except their own website because they don't want to be rushed. And they don't want players to have expectations of the game being developed in a timely manner. So on the one hand, great, they won't rush. But on the other hand, like, you know, they might do a good job on a long enough timeline, but the negative flip side of that is they can fuck the dog as much as they want and not get anything done for a very long time regarding bug fixes and stability. And just, they can add new content for years and years, but a byproduct of that is you'll end up with the same problems 5 years later that you had 5 years prior, right? So it's double-edged. They can work at their own pace and do things as they see fit, but that's also its own negative too, because you might still end up having your camera shake when you close a UI element, for example, or you might still end up throwing a spear through a wolf for a long time, right? It's a tricky rub. And I mean, if what you said is true, where the camera shaking is actually a problem with their game engine, then what if they keep on building more and more stuff on top of that flawed game engine and then it becomes impossible to fix later, right? Exactly, it's the same early access grift everyone does, except they do it without any form of accountability. Exactly, like they're not accountable to anyone, right? Least of all the players. And they don't care if you get fucking, you know, they don't care if bears are imbalanced. They don't care if your spear goes through a wolf. They don't have to care. That's the thing. There's no consumer expectations. There's no review system. I have a feeling like this game would have mixed reviews if it was on Steam. Heavily mixed. And only partially for thought of the mechanics that exist. Like, a lot of people would be pissed off that they got one hit killed by a wolf or a bear on this difficulty, which I'm okay with getting one hit killed by them. What I'm not okay with is brown bears running faster than me. I feel like that's excessive, right? They already one hit kill you. So you should at least be able to, like, run away, throw a spear at them, turn around, run away, throw a spear at them, you know, like, yeah. But most of the problems that people would have, and most of the downvotes and the negative reviews would come from the jank that still remains, like the camera shaking when you close UI elements or stuff like that. All right, we have 40 copper nuggets. We're doing all right. $41. We're hoping to get 60. If I can get 60, I'll be pretty damn happy. But doubts. 42. Holy shit. 43. Oh wow, we might actually end up getting 60 before the end. All right. If we get 60, then I can make a copper pickaxe, copper prospecting pick, and a copper hammer. $44 copper, nice. Damn straight, Arrow. Damn straight it does. Yeah, I was remarking to Zuzi earlier. I was like, this has got to be a new record for me. I don't think I've ever had 350 people watching. We had 350 earlier. And it's amazing that Vintage Story is the game to cross that finish line and break that record. I think it's because most of the people who are into Vintage Story, they know good and well just how extremely difficult it is, and they know what my odds of success are when I'm doing permadeath on Wilderness Survival. So it draws a lot of people who maybe they want to play it themselves, but they, you know, like me, they struggle to get out of the first few days because a fucking bear janks them. And to be fair, I almost got killed by a bear in this playthrough. He roared right beside us. I still don't know how he didn't hit us. We got lucky. Fucking jumped in a pool of water, and then my guess is he couldn't path to us, so he ran away. We got fucking lucky. Voxel games do go crazy, yeah. And it's got that homesteading cozy game element to it as well. Yeah. So like, playing this game is interesting because not only does it attract the audience of like hardcore players who like permadeath experiences, but it also attracts the cozy gamers who like homesteading, right? So you're kind of converging two different audiences into one experience. All right, the temporal storm is beginning to wane. We only have 45 copper, but it's a start. Unfortunately, if you want to find copper, you have to dig fucking deep. Apparently you have to go like 50 blocks down or some shit. I really got no idea. For the insurance? Rendell, yeah. All right, the temporal storm has faded. There's a goat running right there. A ram, specifically. I've never done it before, but apparently you can domesticate goats to get milk. I don't know how. You just bought it, eh? Well, there will be times when you regret it, but there will be times when you don't. Oh, copper spearhead. Right on. All right, let's do here. Oh, it worked. Oh, thank you, Conscript. Thank you, buddy. You were 100% right. That actually fucking works. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, that copper spearhead is pretty big news. Copper arrowhead, flint arrowhead. We got some nuggets here. All right, we're gonna want to prepare some more meals at this stage. And I have to watch out for lingering monsters over there for the time being. Yeah, let's grab our cooking pot and let's get cooking. I may as well not light that until I have the meal figured out. Now, the soup was not very nourishing, but I do want to try something here. Can I make 4 servings of spelt rye porridge with mashed field mushroom? Oh god, yes. That's a dope-ass porridge right there. We'll cook that. That is our meal for now. I'll try to go hunt the goats nearby while that cooks. Deposit the copper. Sand. That. Don't sweat it, sweetie. You belong. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Okay, I should be able to confirm it from here, I think. It says online purchase needs confirmation. Is this it? Okay. Approve. Invalid password. Hang on. I'm gonna shut off my display capture. Just give me 1 second, guys. I just don't want you to see my sensitive information here. Go to here, to the archive. Wise account. Double check. Yeah, you guys can't see that. Good. So, lower. Transaction is approved. There we go. And so is there like a transfer I have to do as well? From what? Oistini. Oh, I see it. There's a document there. Should I forward that to you?
Forward that to me. That's payment code.
Should I archive it? I don't know. What's this?
Open that. Oh, this is... No, that's the... Okay.
What am I doing, sweetie?
I have to read it. I have to
Okay.
This isn't the finished contract. It's top one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the... we're gonna have to...
Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you very much for your understanding, everybody. And Mr. Morp, it's good to see you, pal. Wonderful to see you. How are you doing? Damn straight. Thank you very much for the raid. You just bumped up my viewership. We were at 300, now we're about to touch 400 thanks to you, Morp. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about people seeing the email. Because like they won't be able to log into my email or anything, and at best it's like a receipt, right? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm not worried about you guys seeing into like my email here because there's no visible passwords or anything. But I went to my archive and I kind of like logged into a passwords document that I had. I didn't want you guys to see that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Right on. Hello, Gary. Hello, Queen Foxy. All right, we're gonna make a copper spear out of this. May as well, right? Oh, right. I can't make it out of a bone. We need a stick. There we go. Beautiful. Our porridge is currently cooking. I don't see any other monsters nearby. I'm gonna keep trying to clear some of the dense vegetation here for sight lines. And I did say I'd try to hunt those goats, but I don't know where they are. It's okay. We have food for now. By the way, are these done? Yep. Got the anvil and the watering can. All right, everything is done. All right, we have a third crock pot here for storing food. Let's take that out. Store those blocks. All right. And we still have one serving of meat stew. We'll eat that for today. Beautiful. We even have leftovers with that meat stew. Let's deposit these in here. Okay. And then cover the hole. Yeah, lots of storage now. Lots of it. We're just gonna use this one for all of our ceramics. All right, time to get out of here and figure out how we're doing the day. Oh, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's wonderful to see you again. How are you? We broke 400, eh? Right on. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Mr. Morp. Thank you. Yeah, smash the like button. Get me out there. I need to make more money so Zuzi doesn't have to work for Amazon anymore. Okay, now, we're always just, you know, one bad bear encounter away from dying, so we're gonna continue to be relatively careful. This is a massive quartz node, by the way, it looks like, but we won't be able to mine it for a good long time. What am I doing? I have enough copper to theoretically make the prospector's pick and the pickaxe, so maybe we'll do that now. But I also feel like I should try to hunt some red meat if I can. If I get a pickaxe, then I can start to dig pitfall traps for bears that we encounter. If I can trap the bears... There's a wolf pup right there. Where's Mom? I got no clue. I don't like that. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, that wolf just went down in there. Which, I mean, fair enough. He can't get me from down there, but I kind of want to finish him off. Oh, fuck me. Is he dead? I have dirt. Oh, monsters. Fuck. Uh-oh. I'm going. Screw that. All right. Yeah, that's a damn shame. I'll bet the monsters probably killed him. If I make ladders, I can get down there, but... I lost that copper spear, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get that stuff back, but with the monsters there, you know, fat chance, right? At least we don't have to worry about the wolf for now. There's a deer over there, though. Maybe our hunting trip will yield something after all. This is why I gotta get these bushes out of the way. Oh god. He's coming. He wants to kill me. I'll need to get my spear back. I only have the one right now. We need good visibility. Holy shit. This fucking guy. Got it. Well, we got some red meat. Can you fish? Yeah, you can fish. I don't know if there's a fishing rod, but you can certainly spearfish for fish in the water. I'm gonna make myself a bed. And then we're gonna sleep. Sleep the night away. All right. Let's make some stew. Alright. Let's just keep on sleeping. It looks like speeding up time while you're sleeping does not impact, like, fire fuel or anything. Or cook times. Alright, porridge. Hell yeah, buddy. That crock pot is empty. That's almost done cooking. More or less. Those pelts are done. All right. Now we'll just leave that there, and it might be cooked by the time we get back. Packed dirt. We have extra. I have to make some ladders. All right, 21 ladders. It ain't much, but it's honest lad. Over here. Looks fucking foggy down there. Oh god. Holy shit, I hate ladders. What the fuck? Okay. That was weird, man. I can't even see down there. This is beyond stupid. Oh! Alright, I think that was just the bones falling on me. Holy shit, dude. That was horrifying. We got everything back, though. Everything, including the copper spear. So, God bless, right? Oh no. Holy fuck. I just wanted to recover my ladders, bro. Alright. Yeah, we lost one ladder, but that's okay. This shit's dangerous. I'm assuming... Okay, control goes down when you're on a ladder. Fair enough. Oh man, that was intense. I'm glad the monsters decided to go somewhere else for a bit. All right. Anyway, we're gonna need more sticks now, so let's get some. Pine leaves, not really branchy though. Yeah, we're gonna go make mining equipment now. Good old crucible work, you know? Bushmeat. We're gonna have to cook that. In fact, it's looking like an alright time to think about starting our garden, more or less. We have a shitload of flax, and we're gonna want to try to get some flax harvests before next year. Get some linen going, right? I've never had linen before. Like, well, I've never grown enough flax to produce a meaningful amount of it, so... Let's grab our crucible. And then the pickaxe and the prospecting pick molds. We're gonna need clay, that's right. Sorry, coal. So, you know what? We'll put that down right there for now. And then the two molds. We're gonna cook the bushmeat. George W. Bushmeat. And let's make a new shovel. I'm gonna want to carry these on me now. The flint and the sticks. All right, let's eat. Beautiful. That porridge will stay fresh for another 3 days. We have a crock full of meat stew from that deer. Let's take this fuel off the fire. I'd imagine there's enough temperature in there to finish cooking that piece without burning more of the peat. Oh, I wouldn't want to play my first time again, Stereo. God, I felt so out of my depth, you know? Especially because I always go into a game permadeath right away. I thought it was way too fucking hard. Now I have a little bit of experience, which is helping, but... Alright, let's store these ladders here in the blocks chest. And we need to find... Actually, nothing. I don't need to find anything. I need a lot of fire fuel, and I have to make charcoal. So... Guess we're cutting down some trees. I don't like only cutting down one that's gonna give me a single log, but this is more for the sticks. I don't see any sap. Oh, okay. I cut down a lot of the tree. I couldn't do all of it, though. Our axe broke. Either way, there's some wood, some firewood. Let's go build a new axe with a bone handle. And let's dig our little charcoal kiln. I might actually just repurpose a bunch of this. This is a fireproof zone, right? We built it that way. So I'm gonna repurpose this area into our charcoal pit, since we'll never need to do that much clay work again, right? And we're gonna make more than enough. More than enough. I hear a wolf. That's sus. This is because I didn't kill the wolf pup, isn't it? The pup grew up. I don't know. But I guess we'll try to avoid it for now. Ignore it. Let's go get more wood. You prefer Minecraft? Minecraft isn't nearly as fun. Yeah, this requires so much more work. It's good to see you, Element. Good to see you, buddy. I didn't see that you showed up. Holy shit. And this is why I don't take the Blackguard, because as long as I'm playing as the Hunter, I can actually outspeed a wolf and easily kill it with spear throws. It is not nearly as easy when you're playing as a Blackguard. Got him. Okay. I might want to try to find the wolf pup and kill it. Alright. I don't know where the pup is, but it will grow up and try to hunt us eventually. Son of a bitch. God, the axe really doesn't last too long when you do this, huh? Alright. We're gonna need multiple axes. I think I'm just gonna make all of this surrounding area into compacted dirt. That way it won't keep falling. All right. Let's go get some food. Oh, we have food. Let's eat. Okay. We're gonna want to make at least 2 more axes. Let's get that cooked. And then we can move this firewood over there to the charcoal kiln. Okay. While that meat cooks, let's go get some more wood. More than enough charcoal would be 11 by 11 by 11. Well, this'll do us for the early game, at least. I think I still remember how to make a charcoal kiln. You pile it up like that, and then you seal it off except for one block. You put a campfire there, and then you seal off that campfire after it's lit. Okay. Yeah, you gotta make sure that it's piled all the way to the top. Sometimes it's like missing one wood, but you can just place one, and if it places that top log right there, then you know you have enough. You can remove that top one. Anyway, we're gonna need a little bit more wood before this is all ready. Let's go check on the bush meat that we were cooking. I don't want to burn more of that soil, the peat, than I have to. Oh shit, we burned all of it. All right. Our nutrition is looking good, though. Funnily enough, it's the fruit that we're falling behind in right now. All right. Fuck, I don't really want to waste the branches here. A lot of branchy leaves here, and I should gather them before I destroy the log underneath. That way we'll make sure we get more sticks. All right. And then this guy. And I think that should do. Another wolf. Right there. Well, they'll threaten my life if I don't kill them now. Even the babies, because they grow up to be wolves that can kill me, right? I see the other pup. Piglet, like a boar or something. God, man, there's wolves everywhere here. Holy shit. I mean, I'd prefer wolves to bears if I'm being honest. Like, sure, right? Still. It's marginally sus, is what it is. Yeah, I want more chickens around here. Chickens don't kill. All right. We got to keep setting up. We're almost done. Okay. It's all topped up. Now we need to cover it with whatever, right? And then I need to build a campfire right there. All right. Charcoal pit, unlit. I have 30 seconds to make sure that it's not exposed to air. There. It's not exposed to air. It should be fine. We'll know when we see black smoke coming out of the top of it later. If you leave the skeletons, the wolves and bears won't respawn. I heard similar, but I also heard that after 4 days, the bones become like a pile of rot. We just gotta wait until we can... Oh, there we go. All right, the smoke particles are coming through. That means it's working properly, and we're gonna have a fuck ton of charcoal soon. And then we can start smelting with the copper that we have. But we're gonna go get more copper. We'll pan for it right now. The reason why is because I haven't found any surface copper nodes, so I'm gonna need 13 more copper nuggets so I can make a hammer, a prospector's pick, and a pickaxe, all 3. Let's grab our hammer mold and place it down. I do like having walls that aren't just dirt. And, you know, we're gonna expand upon this house. Around the time we get our copper tools, we'll try to build like a second story and a thatch roof and all that. Duh. Yeah, we need to find more fucking fruits. Barely have any fruits available. It's nuts, buddy. But we do have 18.4 hit points, which means I can now officially survive a hit from a bear. 1 hit with a shred of health remaining. But he has another attack where if he happens to do that attack, like the bite, then I'll lose up to like 22.5 HP. Alright, time to continue panning. Wait, I'm gonna need the sand. We don't need those there anymore. I got a copper nugget. We need, what, 13 more? Shouldn't take any longer than tonight. I love you, Zuzi. Yeah, you're precious. And I'm so proud of you. You worked so hard. Ugh. Okay. Right, yeah, tomorrow we have to go to Usti. Oh fuck, and we probably have to take a bus, train. Okay. Let's just, yeah, so you're packing up everything we might need. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna be around tomorrow, guys, because we have to go to a city nearby so that I can visit immigration and get myself lined up for permanent residence in Czech. Well, it's step 1 in getting permanent residency. Mm-hmm. Alright, 4 copper nuggets. We need 9 more. God, the sun's setting and it's 3:40 p.m. It was getting dark by it was like pitch black by 4:30 before the snow even happened. Now it's getting worse. Okay. That's brutal. Alright, 6 more copper. And then we will have panned for 60 copper nuggets. It was a lot of fucking work. It took a long time, but 5 more. Hmm? Okay. We got another copper arrowhead. Thank you, conscript. Thank you very much. Yeah, I left Canada. I finally got out of that liberal communist hellscape. I used to have so much civic pride for being a Canadian, but Trudeau kind of killed it, didn't he? We're gonna have some downtime to explore while we wait for the charcoal to finish. I'm always afraid that we're gonna run into a fucking bear, though. Yeah. Three more. A black bear would be fine, but it seems like for some reason, we're only seeing brown bears. And that scares the shit out of me. I can't do anything against the brown bear, except try to trap it in a hole. Like, that's it. That's all I can do is try to trap it in a hole. Let's go deposit. Inventory's on the cusp of being too full. It's nice to have all those bushes out of the way for the run home now. It is 3 in the morning. And we need 2 more copper in order to have 60, enough for our 3 tools. Good afternoon, Jesper. Welcome, buddy. How are you? Maybe I should, like, make another coffee to perk me up or something. It's so crazy to... I hate it. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. It's fucking 3:45. Fucking winter. I love winter. It's my favorite season, but I don't like how quickly it gets dark. I feel like the perfect scenery for me is like a snow-covered landscape with a bright blue sky. The snow is reflecting the sunlight. There's not a cloud up there, right? It's just, it's sunny, it's snowy, it's the best of both worlds. You can feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, and the world is shining around you. That's like the best, right? Now, if we could just get it to stop getting dark at 4 p.m. I'm doing okay, buddy. I'm doing okay. You know me. Every day above ground is a blessing. Zuzi's finally off work. Her night shifts are over. She's got 4 days off, so today's her first day. She just got up after sleeping. So, you know, God bless. I'm happy for her. She's damn happy, too. A chance to rest her feet. Come on, give us that last copper, huh? Let's be done before morning. Oh, you already knew Lee was a dude? No problem, buddy, no problem. Well, let's be real. Lee's got it's a girl's name. Other than Bruce Lee, but that was more of a surname, not a forename, you know what I mean? Every Lee I've ever known has been a woman, with the exception of Bruce Lee. But again, his name was Bruce, and that's like the most man name you can have. All right. Thankfully, we are done. We have all the copper that we need now. In fact, we just got an extra. All right, let's go. Our little panning hut really came in handy, huh? All right, 60 nuggets. That's 3 tools worth. Let's deposit this pateratite stone, whatever the fuck it's called. Put the sand in there. I guess we'll just deposit this, right? Okay. Now, once that charcoal over there is done, we'll be able to get started. But we still have quite some time before it's done. I'm gonna go take a piss. Got one day in, found a trader, made 4 baskets, started panning, and then 3 wolves. Oh, I'm sorry, Arrow. That's how it goes, buddy. I hate this game for that. I hate it. I wish it was easier to avoid wolves and bears, you know? Or at the very least, easier to outspeed them. When you were panning, did you build yourself like a little shelter for panning? Like the one I have? Maybe next time build a shelter. You can, Arrowmast, by the way, if you play as a hunter, you can outrun a wolf. You can outrun them if you're playing as a hunter. That's why I'd never play as any other class, really. You get the better ranged damage, you know, all that, the speed. It's damn hard to outrun wolves when you don't have that 10% speed boost, but very easy with it. So what am I doing right now? The charcoal we pretty much just have to wait for. I could use another serving of food. I'm gonna go gather medium fertility soil. It's time to think about, Oh, and I also wanted to craft a bow, I think. Like a crude bow. Yeah, we have 3 ropes right here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So... 3 ropes. 3 sticks. And then... I have to make some arrows. I'm gonna need feathers, which means I'm gonna need to kill some of these birds around. Which we will do, but right now I'm gonna make another shovel. Because we are gonna be gathering some medium soil. And I want to have another shovel for when I inevitably break this one. And I'll try to kill a chicken. I know I heard one. I'm just not quite sure where I heard it. But there's chickens all over the place here. We see them often around our base. Primarily over here. Yeah, I hear one. Right there. Got it. Well, oh god. Fucking chicken attacked me. I didn't even know they could do that. They don't do much, but still. Surprising. God damn, buddy. I'm really sorry to hear that. All right, we have 19 feathers. I can make some arrows soon. So medium quality soil. I don't know where it's closest. What I do know is I have to be very careful to avoid bears while we get out there and try to seek it out. In the meantime, I'm gonna deposit this poultry in the fire and we'll cook it tonight. And I'm gonna make myself some arrows. All right, we need sticks. We'll start by making flint arrows, and then we'll make the copper ones. A wolf. Far less arrow drop. Than you get with the spear. That wolf just fell into the cave, so he's probably dead. I don't even want to get close to the edge, but I'm gonna. Yeah, he's down there. We're not even gonna bother. Yeah. I learned my lesson. It's not worth chasing a wolf down there. At least he's out of our hair, and we don't have to worry about him. Medium fertility soil. I gotta try to find some fruit, actually. Kind of hurting on that. There's clay here. I'm gonna mark it. Berries. That is very good. Be right back. Third coffee is steeping. More berries. Hang on, I never even grabbed the black ones. Yeah, they're up here. Pretty sure our home is that way. It is very unwise to just sort of get up and go do something when you're traveling. Anyway, I found something here. Is that peat? It might be. Yeah, we're gonna collect this. We have 2 shovels, so. This way I don't need as much firewood. We can just use the peat instead. All right, we have 2 stacks of it. I'm gonna call that good enough. All right, that's the clay that we found. Let's eat some fruit. Increase our max health accordingly, thank God. Yeah, home is over there by that red tree, so we don't need to go home yet. We've gathered our bearings and figured out where we are. I see more grains over there. And berries. Come on, medium fertility soil. Where you at? Oh, actually, I think that's peat up there, not medium fertility soil. Let's head home. Maybe I'll see medium soil on the way. I could find potentially medium fertility soil over there, but I know from experience that's a more dangerous direction to go. A lot of bears over there. Not a lot, but enough. Enough to sweat, you know? We could have one hell of a garden here, though. Let's stack the peat. This song doesn't seem to fit with the rest. It's a little too upbeat, you know what I mean? We're gonna want to collect a bunch of that thatch over there soon. It's nice to know it's there. Oh. There might be a wolf over here, but I think I see medium fertility soil. No, that's forest floor, damn it. Raccoon. Damn, I should have grabbed medium fertility soil when I first saw it. I guess we'll just grab more peat while we're here. There's a shitload of peat here. Where did I go? I just went to do my coffee. Yeah. I make Turkish coffee, so I boil water first. Just like a single mug of water, and then I put 2 tablespoons of grounds into the water after it's boiled so it can steep for a bit. And that's it. Yeah. So now it's steeping. The water finished boiling, so I went over there, put the grounds in it, and now my coffee is steeping. Getting nice and strong. Okay, we got a lot of peat to use for fire fuel. Two full stacks of peat, in fact. Our charcoal is still charcoaling. Won't have that for a little while. Let's continue seeking out medium quality soil. Oh my god, food. That's right. You're mine, goat. I'm the goat. Is he coming at me? I think he is. You're not that guy, dead valise goat. Okay, we got some red meat. And I actually got some goat horns there. Some bones. Let's grab our spear. Hell yeah. Damn. The accuracy is so bad. Wow, that was pathetic. Fuck it. Just run him down with the damn spear. Look at that. They even come at you. So you don't even have to chase them. Chickens who roll together pay the toll together. That was bad. All right. Still got no idea where the hell we're gonna find medium fertility soil. We must have seen it somewhere, but I don't remember where. And I grow more scared by the day that I will end up encountering a bear that I'm not quite ready for. If ready is such a thing regarding a bear. Alright. High fertility soil. Well, that's something, I guess. Alright, let's eat this shit. Make some space and grab it. I don't know how much is here, but we'll grab all of it. Not much at all, but at least we found that. Flax seeds. Forest floor. Forest floor. Forest floor fucking everywhere. What's that? Is that just more forest floor? Yeah. It's annoying how much forest floor looks like medium fertility soil. Throws you off. We'll try going behind the house and looking there for medium fertility soil. I gathered this, like we found 5 of it. You know? Which, you know, sure, like, true enough, it's better than nothing. Alright. We're sitting on 14 flax fibers, which is significant, honestly. Wait, I might be able to make actual soups with that poultry. Yep, 2 servings of hearty poultry stew. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm not really sure how much fuel is required to complete a stew. That's the kind of stuff I'm gonna have to learn over time. Please don't be a bear around here. Forest floor. Let me guess, it's all forest floor and there's no medium fertility there. That is a poisonous mushroom, so we're not gonna be eating that. How do I... Can't you put it back on the ground? I guess not. Okay, we'll just drop it. I don't like being here. It's only a matter of time before I run into a bear. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I really wish I could find medium fertility soil, but it is what it is. We don't make the rules, we just play the game. Looks like the poultry soup is done. Okay. Let's take that fuel out of there. It looks like it took 4 fuel to do the poultry soup. I need a kiln. Okay, we package those meals up in a kiln. All right, let's do red meat and red wine stew. Right on. It's getting very dark. I can barely see at this point. Forest floor. I should head home now. Before a bear decides to make himself known. Okay. Beautiful. 2 crocs of new meals. And then... Alright, 3 servings of hearty rye porridge with mashed field mushrooms. And then we're gonna save those meals for later. We have to finish this one right here. Is the charcoal done? Yes, it is. Let's uncover it. Strange, it looks like some of it is gone, but whatever, as long as we have the charcoal. This could take a hot minute. Alright. That's enough for now. Let's cover it up. Anyway, this is what we're going to be eating after that crock is empty. We'll pour this into that crock. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to have the lowest spoil timer. Wow, my character is stuck doing a shovel animation. There we go. Fixed it. More or less. One thing I don't like, maybe one of you guys can help me with this. When I open the campfire, I can't press tab to open the inventory. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I can't alt-tab. Alright, let's cover this up. And it's time for us to start doing some smelting here. However, I am gonna need some tongs. I need a rope. And some sticks. I agree, Aeromast. I do agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. I get it. I totally understand. No hard feelings about it. This game is great but shitty at the same time. All right, let's grab our copper. Okay, we're creating 300 units of copper right now. We are currently in the process of heating that copper. The sad truth is, this game always has the potential to make you angry even when you know what you're doing. It's not like The Long Dark. Like, The Long Dark, that game used to make me so angry, but I eventually learned how to play on Interloper on settings even harder, custom settings even harder than Interloper, with a 100% success rate, right? It even only took me 2 tries to get my feet off the ground in a night-only harder Loper playthrough. Like, but I don't think that's possible in this, only because the bears outspeed you. And there's no easy ways of breaking their pathing and losing the chase. In The Long Dark, I know that if a bear or a wolf charges at me, I can, like, use the terrain to break the chase, right? I can jump over a ledge, I can climb on the side of a rock wall, like, I have options there to break the pathing and cease the chase and survive the encounter. But in this, no, the brown bear is gonna outrun you. You're gonna try to jump over obstacles and he's just gonna close the gap and gain on you because of it. There's a lot less you can do here. I'm gonna make a tool rack. I didn't make it before, but it seems really useful. Yeah, we need 6 sticks. And then I can hang that tool rack here by the wall and put my tools there. All right, we're ready. Let's equip our tongs. You guys see what we're doing? 3 at once, buddy. Fucking right. Okay, now we just let those cool and we are done. Let's take the coal out of there and make a pile. Oh, you can only pile the coal up so high, it looks like. I don't know, I can't really tell what's happening here. I'm not gonna pile the coal like that. That seems sus. We'll just store it the usual way. Anyway, let's try to go finish harvesting all of this. Exactly, yeah. Well, this game is not balanced well for permadeath. I continue to play it in the hopes that one day it will be better balanced. And I might manage to make it reasonably far, but that doesn't mean that I think it's well balanced. I happen to be of the belief that it is not in the right place right now and that it needs a lot more work before it's truly permadeath viable. Yeah. You have to get way too lucky in order to make permadeath work here, and I don't like that. It should be about more skill than luck. And with a good knowledge of mechanics, both in and out of combat, a player should have a reasonable chance of success surviving any encounter, right? The reason why I always die in Grounded 2, Grounded WoW Permadeath, is because I always make stupid decisions and get myself killed. Fair enough. I know the mechanics, I'm just too lazy to apply them, and that's kind of, I think, the difference here is that there's no way to sufficiently prepare for bears and wolves. Even the armor that you can craft slows your movement speed, and then you get beat to death anyway, because they have a higher tier of damage than the tier of the armor that you can even wear, right? Anyway, we have all the coal. Ow. Right, that's hot. Okay. Can I, hang this up there? Yeah, wow, you can hang up the tongs on the tool rack. Look at that. Interesting. Oh yeah, I left the torch back there. Anyway, let's get a little bit of rest. We'll try to wake up right as it's getting light outside. There. So let's assess the freshness here. 5 days, 5 days. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna eat this porridge first. We now have all of our copper tools, guys. We did it. The hammer we're not gonna need for a little while. We'll hang that. We do need those. I want to get rid of these low condition spears and make new ones. We managed to pan for 3 spearheads, so... Oh, 4, yeah. All right. So, I suppose now we start prospecting. And I'll try to keep an eye out for Medium quality soil. Density search. Poor native copper. Okay, so now I have to go get a reading somewhere else and see what the reading changes into. Getting a reading here will be difficult, unless, yeah, I hope those stay open. Okay, 2 more samples. Let's get one right here. Shit, that wasn't even far enough away. All right, rock right here. 1 more sample. Right here. High native copper. Right on. Oh, that's better. So I need to go get those ladders. Yeah, we have to rough it. We have to try to actually find copper the shitty way. Because I never found a single surface node. And I'm gonna want to pack multiple meals here, not just one. I'm gonna leave those behind. And I guess a couple of spears too. We have to try to keep our inventory a little lighter. I hope this doesn't go badly. Oh yeah, the ladders. Honestly, it matters more that I have... Yeah, we'll take the sand. Actually, low fertility soil is better. Sand, at least we can pan. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Let's hope we find something. We're gonna dig down in the place where we got that reading. Hopefully, we can find some more. Cross your fingers, guys, because a lot of what we've been building up to is gonna hinge on our fortunes here. Node search. No ore nearby. I have to dig down 10 more times and then do another node search. I can do 16. I'll dig down 16 times. Because I have a node search distance of 8. Sphalerite in medium amounts. It yields zinc when processed. It's used to create brass with copper or bismuth bronze with copper and bismuth. Interesting. Alright, let's do another density search. Or ore node search. I found sphalerite and cassiterite. Fuck. No copper. Holy shit, we're really far down. Alright, let's do another node search here. Please yield some copper. I'm desperate, buddy. Cassiterite, native copper, trace amounts. Okay, there is copper around here. We don't know where it is, but we know it's within 8 blocks of our current location. I have found copper. It's within 8 blocks of here. So we're gonna dig out in every direction from here. We don't have to worry about instability at a depth like this. It could be anywhere around me, so like this will be hard. It could be diagonally up that way, you know, it could be anywhere from here. We don't know if it's below us or whatever. It's probably below us, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna go down by 9 blocks and then I'm gonna do another node search and see. Native copper, trace amounts. Native copper, very large amounts. Holy shit. We're getting very close to like a lot of copper. At least we know we're on the right track. I'm worried about my pickaxe durability, right? Like, a lot of it has to do with whether or not you can find copper before your pickaxe breaks. Because if your pickaxe breaks, like, that's it, right? You would have to pan for another 20 copper nuggets in order to make another one. So hopefully we end up finding copper before then. My gear level is going down, so we can't spend that long here. I will have to eventually get out of here. This hunt, yeah. The copper hunt. It makes the greatest of us crumble. God, my fucking pickaxe is half the durability is gone. Anyway, you know what? I might actually have more luck if I keep on digging down, because it said there was massive copper nearby. And the way that the ores generate is like flat discs, like saucers, right? So I might actually end up just digging down into the disc if I keep going down. Yeah, we'll try to go down all the way. Hopefully we come down straight on top of copper. Uh-oh. Oh my God. I died. That's it. Yeah. Cave in. That's it. We have died, guys. That's it. That sucks balls. Yeah, I don't like the whole copper thing. Failing to find surface copper means that you have to go underground, and I knew that there was a possibility that this would happen. You know, like all that investment, all that work is now down the drain purely on the basis of RNG. There was zero skill issue there, right? I don't like that. There's too much like that in this game, and I feel like there needs to be way more surface copper nodes. Like, you should never have a spawn where you can't find a surface copper node. There's no such thing. There should be no such thing as a spawn where you don't accidentally find a surface copper node, because too much hinges on it, right? And the thing is, I found copper, theoretically, technically, but despite digging out in a circle, I couldn't find it. And now that I know that we can just fall into a fucking cave and die to some random blowhorn, like that sucks ass. That sucks ass. Like, I love so much about the game, but I feel like there's too many things stacked against the player. Between the bear damage and the camera glitch and copper, honestly. Fucking copper and clay, we did fine, but who knows? Some other people probably end up having clay problems long before we had our copper problem, but that's 6 hours and 45 minutes gone. Just because, like, you know, just because we couldn't find a single piece of copper above ground. So we panned 60 copper for nothing. We made all that charcoal for nothing. We made all those clay vessels and shit for nothing. Like, it all amounted to nothing because we couldn't find any surface copper. Like, that sucks. That's okay, Bad Wolf. For now, I gotta get out of here. What hit me the second time? I got two, it was just it was one blowhorn. He threw 2 spears at me, and it ended up killing me. Yeah, that sucks. I don't think I'm playing Vintage Story for a good long time. This experience has really soured it. I love the gameplay loop, but I hate the RNG. And if I want RNG to define the quality of my experience more than skill, I'll play Darkest Dungeon. Because at least in that, like, enough skill can make a difference. But I feel like here, there's no way that you can actually protect yourself from cave-ins like that. So, yeah, I can't bother. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. There's way too much RNG here. It's whether or not brown bears spawn near you. It's whether or not you find surface copper. It's whether or not you find clay. It's whether, it's just too much. It's way too much. And I don't think it's ready for a gamer like me to actually try to get really far. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, guys, for now, thank you very much for chilling. I've appreciated the viewership. We had a wonderful time today. I hope to see some of you back here for continued adventure tomorrow. Oh, keep love alive, live to forgive, and keep redemption riding shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out. And I will see you guys in the next episode of whatever we happen to play. All right. Later, everybody.